Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and happy Thanksgiving. I hope you guys all, had a great day. I know some of my friends out there, not so much, and I've sent out some invites to some folks out there who could use some cheering up, and I've also sent some links out there to some wise asses. So try not to get them confused, okay? Like I said, I hope you guys had a great day today. I was busy cooking from 10 to about 4. The family and I had a nice, delicious dinner of baby back ribs, the traditional Thanksgiving feast. To be honest, it's what we have usually on Christmas, New Year's, and just about everything except Easter, I think. Usually we have a ham for Easter. I don't know why, but that's what we did. The boys downstairs, he might join me. I hope so, but probably busy doing other stuff, probably in a carb coma because that boy can eat. And he, you know, yeah, ribs, baby back ribs, barbecue sauce, potato skins, deviled eggs, rolls, green bean casserole, baked beans. Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty flatulent house for the next 3 days. So don't light a match, anybody. And no room for dessert. Yeah. Grim, what's happening, buddy? Owen? I'm more a fan of pork ribs, but I did not get chicken and dressing. This means war. I am sorry to hear that, Doodle Squatch. Percy, good to see you. Yeah, so that's what we did today. But now I feel like painting and chatting with you schmoes. No, we did not make burritos and churros because no, we just didn't do that. I don't think we've ever actually made churros here. Burritos, that's a regular thing around here. Give me beef ribs, ribeyes, and turducken with crawfish stuffing. Yeah. I you know me. I'm not a big fan of duck, turkey, chicken. Sure. Crawfish, not so much. Yeah, okay, Grim. I did send you the link via Messenger if you want to check that first. Oh, you know what, Squirrel? I also sent you the link if you want to jump in. I couldn't tell if you were at home or not, and I figured you might be at home with family, and that's one of the reasons I planned on doing the show a couple days ago, but it occurred to me that there's some friends of ours out there that didn't get to be with family for whatever reason, and hopefully at least for the evening you'll consider us your surrogate family, at least good friends who would like to shoot the shit while we paint some minis or craft some crafts or whatever you're doing. I've got a usual syndrome of a mountain of minis to paint before the end of the year. Sometime in January, I'm supposed to get another 500 minis that I have to assemble from Archon Studios, the new Dungeons and Lasers Kickstarter. I'm also going to be receiving some Star Schlock minis. Christmas lasagna, that sounds good. I could do that. Yeah, it depends. On how the enchiladas are made. I grew up eating enchiladas where they're like kind of like a lasagna, just more or less swimming in sauce. But there are folks I know who make them and they couldn't be drier. And I'm like, that's not the way enchiladas are made. At every restaurant I've ever been to, going all the way back to the 70s, every time I go to a Mexican restaurant, I get the same thing. The number one being a cheese enchilada and a beef tamale, both just smothered in sauce. I'm sorry to hear that, El. Yeah, you know what? I'm in the same boat, dude. My family, except for one member, passed away a very, very long time ago. So, I make friends where I can, and most of them have been really good friends to Jackie. So someday when I'm not here, he'll have some surrogate uncles out there. Hey, my feast was pretty gourmet too, man. Don't sell this old guy short. Um, Okay, Grib, I'm going to send the link out here. I did not get a chance to hear Grandma's gourmet feast. If she's out there in TV land, wants to join us, she's more than welcome to come make us jealous. But to be honest, I put a pretty good spread. A lot of the traditional, green bean casserole, mushroom soup, and fried onion things. And man, it turned out perfect tonight. I've made it quite a few times over the years, but tonight it was perfection. But then again, kind of a perfectionist. What's happening, Roman? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. I'm just trying to keep warming up.
I can't hear a word you're saying. Let me check my volume. Maybe the boy's been. Yep, the boy was screwing with my volume. Because how about now?
Okay. Now does it work?
Yeah. The boy's been using my laptop because his computer had to go into the shop along with our camera, which sucks. So I can't do certain kinds of videos until we get all that back. But hopefully it'll be fine. Yeah, Omen is 4x4. I thought it was 5x5, but
You know what though is I have to be a perfect square, so let's at least do some things where we can double the prime.
Hey, it's kind of better than being a perfect sphere.
Yeah. It's I don't know. There are times, I wish I was there.
Okay, Al. If my pants didn't eat, if my pants don't fit, or if your pants fit, you didn't eat enough. No, I only actually had 2 ribs. There was so much other good stuff on the table. But fortunately, I always make sure there are leftovers for days because almost everything is better the next day within certain parameters.
Give me a Christmas lasagna any day of the week. And when he was mentioning burritos and I was like, no, you got to go enchiladas and tacos. Come on, man, that's just good no matter what.
Yeah, I have that stuff so often, so it's not that big a deal. But I make my lasagna different than most folks. I don't do sausage so well, or it doesn't like me. So I use pepperoni. Graham, how you doing, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
Pepperoni's a sausage.
Yeah. I mean, just layers and layers of pepperoni, and the boys freaking love it. So we're good.
Beef. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Graham.
You're a great cook. Sounds like how'd they like the spaghetti and meatballs last night?
Oh, that was a big hit as well. And I don't do anything special, but we've gotten so accustomed to eating like inferior things. But if it's at like a well-known place, people just think, oh, this is the best. No, it's the ambiance. And here we got Hungar Claus. Hey,
all right.
How you doing, man?
That's the way I like to see him in the bed, not in a hospital.
Yep.
I'm at my mom's house.
Oh, that's awesome. That's in Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You look a little sedated, my friend.
My younger brother's house, and I ate, and then I came back here and I ate. I just wore my sweatpants.
He just has the elastic drawstring. It's like, all right, gotta let it out.
My dad made 3 key lime pies.
Oh, you know what? That's what we had for. We had the pumpkin, we had an apple, and then the key lime.
We have pumpkin pie too, but we got 3 key lime pies, 2 pumpkin pies. Buddy of mine from church up here brought me a bunch of venison.
Ooh, yeah, that sounds good.
Can't beat that. Sounds real good. Where are you where are you from in Kentucky there, your family?
Somerset area.
Somerset. What's that near? I'm not
Southeast Lake Cumberland.
Oh, okay.
My mama's she's from Floyd County.
Nice.
Now, is that West Virginia?
No, Kentucky, Floyd
Okay.
County. It's
Yeah,
on the east.
I'm not wearing pants right now, El. I'm in bed.
Pants are
No,
overrated during Thanksgiving. That's the whole point. You need to,
Yeah. Christmas, that's a little different. You know, you never know who might show up, but Thanksgiving, yeah, not.
Well, I mean, when I was hearing Elle talk about stuff, you know what, man, Elle, I actually get along with my parents, and if you're gonna talk about stuff, then go do something fun. Go play a board game with your family. Good God, why do people have to fight all the time? Like, do something fun and get away from everything.
We didn't have, my family, we didn't really have that growing up. But maybe that's most of our family we hadn't seen in years. Whenever we saw we would get together, it wouldn't be like an every year thing. We were all just happy to see each other and hang out and enjoy a good meal and then lots of long goodbyes because we knew we wouldn't see each other for a good long time. And we never had that.
Closer than a lot of other families.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'm sorry, Elle, you had that kind of family, but the other part of me is you'll get some Nerf swords and just whack each other, into oblivion. That's
Yep.
I would have that. To me, would be a lot of fun to do.
That sounds fun. Hey, Al, are you? Am I the only one seeing the flash? It's like a flash of your. I don't know what that is. It's like a flash of your TV or something.
Who?
Oh, now it's gone. Huh?
Yeah.
Where did Hungar go?
I don't know when Hungar left.
He had a call.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Gosh, I'm getting old.
No, I don't think that you would have heard it. He could have had it on silent and said, "Oh, I gotta go." So yeah.
Okay, well, Hungar, I will see you tomorrow morning. Okay, cool, buddy. Say hi to the fam for us. Give them a big hug for us and thank them.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. The traditional food for Thanksgiving, man. I just look. Everyone, my mother always overcooked the turkey. We had turkey for 3 days, which was overcooked, so it was horrible, and I would starve and lose weight during Thanksgiving. No, it seemed like the several years I got sick every Thanksgiving and every Christmas. Like I wouldn't get sick during the school, but as soon as Thanksgiving hit, boom, I'd be like, My mother would take me.
Sad, man. That's very sad.
It's not sad. It's not sad. You know what? I started changing it up. My favorite was Guy Christmas and Guy Thanksgiving. So it'd be like a bunch of bachelors all getting around. It was the first time we probably sat around, not at a restaurant. We'd making up a bunch of food and whatever we wanted. We didn't have to worry about manners. I remember one time and we were all having this big turkey and the guy's making his mashed potatoes. It's like, well, go get some food. I said, well, I don't feel right, Gene, until you're ready to eat. He says, look, motherfucker, you better go get some food, else there won't be any for you. I was like, all right, thanks, Gene.
Dang, they're serious.
Sounds fun.
We would play video games and watch movies, and that was the best time. Kind of the bachelor Christmas, bachelor Thanksgivings, because I didn't have to worry about doing everything perfect. So that's always great. That said, it's now, it's just like, all right, I just cook up some food. My son's practicing his guitar right now. Threw him in the pool. Got to brag to some family friends, about how great he is, and they all got to comment on how tall he is. So
that's cool. How old's your son?
He's 14. He's 5'9" now.
Is he pretty good on the guitar?
Well, he's getting better. I can't say he's great. A lot of it is he's just practicing. You have to get that finger strength and everything else. Maybe
take time.
The boy that's staying with us is pretty good. If he could find himself a good drummer, he could be part of the next generation of musicians that actually play musical instruments and not just dance on stage and do that nonsense. Playing actual instruments, making some old fashioned, rock and roll, heavy metal, whatever. He likes a lot of metal, which obviously I'm a big fan of. He's a pretty talented youngster.
I just need my son to learn the harmonica. Where did Grim go? We just need to have him learn how
Graham,
to play.
get your ass back here. I did not say you could leave.
He just needs to learn the harmonica so I can get him to do the whole Encino Marino.
Okay.
You know the it's.
I was gonna go with the Bob Dylan, but okay.
No. We need to. That's very nice, Jack. You look like you're from the 1960s.
Thank you.
You can't see your.
Well,
weirdness.
I'm just waiting for Jack to come in and he's going to be like Roger Stone. That's who Jack's going to emulate.
Yep.
All right, goodbye.
He's got that third eye right there, so he can see.
Yeah. Welcome back, Graham.
Hello.
I got kicked somehow. I don't know what I did. I didn't do anything.
Hey, you know what? Your best bet is just to come in and not touch the device. Just step away from the phone.
Yeah. I didn't hit anything. I don't know what. Hey, Jackson, how you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good.
You have a good? Did you get your fill of delicious ribs?
Oh yeah. He ate more than his old man. I had like 2 ribs.
So were they
Oh,
pork or
you're
were they
so
beef?
little.
Were they pork or beef?
They're always pork.
Okay.
Just the way you knock that off.
Well, see, I never used to like beef ribs, but man, I had some at the local barbecue place, and they were nice and thick. I'm like, yeah, that's the problem. Is for a long time they made beef ribs without any meat, but I made some. They were pretty good.
Yeah, I have a hard time digesting large quantities of beef and pork. The way I make them, the meat just like falls off the bone. They're just perfectly clean. Not a smidgen of pork left on the bones. The chewer, he got 2 of them. This is how smart my damn dog is. I gave him a bone. He takes it over to the door, comes back whining. Give him another bone. He comes back, barking, asking for food. We give him a hot dog because he gets a hot dog every meal instead of other stuff because it's easy. And he doesn't like canned dog food, so I give him a hot dog. I look over, 2 bones and a hot dog are still by the door, and he's still mooching for food.
Oh, he's saving up for a big snack later.
Yes, he is.
I like Chewy. He's fun.
Years ago, and this was during Valentine's Day, my mother made a big chocolate chip cookie, and she put it on the table waiting for it to cool down, and she came down and the cookie was gone, and we're talking like a big chocolate chip cookie, and she said, "Hey, where did the cookie go?" The dog slinks away real guilty. I'm like, well, at least she didn't die from all the chocolate and stuff, so there was that. But there's another time we had pot roast or something, and my mother was putting all the food away. And she comes to this was I guess it was first 6 months we had the dog. Comes home, is in the kitchen, comes back to the table. The dog's standing on top of the table eating some of the pot roast.
No, El, my dog doesn't work. He barks, he sleeps, he barks some more, and he mooches. That's his. Sometimes he'll chase a rat or a squirrel. No offense, squirrel. Or he will, for the most part, bark at every leaf that blows by the front of our house. But he makes a good burglar alarm, except that one time when we actually get burglarized, he'll be like, rolling on his back, waiting for belly rubs while the guy's rifling through my stuff.
He's a good guard dog.
Yeah.
He's a good morning dog, you say. He may surprise you. Wrong person comes in with the wrong scent. He may tear him up.
Don't you people have jobs? Yes, and they have something called leave, Mac. No, I'm just.
Hey, what's up, Mac? Nope. I'm retired, dude. I've been retired almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Maybe even.
I took photographs today for my job from 6 a.m. to just after dark, man. Yeah, I have a job.
Well, my boss told me to he was so happy that I used up most of my leave, because a lot of people at work wait until Thanksgiving and Christmas, and then they're gone for like 4 to 6 weeks.
Wow, that sucks.
Well,
how was your turkey day there, Mac? I saw what you cooked, but I don't know how it tasted. Was it good? He sent me some pictures of his kitchen.
That's awesome. I mean, for this, they just told us bring a dessert, and so I bought a key lime pie. And I'll say this much: the Edwards key lime pie is so much better than the Marie calendar. So, but the pumpkin pie did okay. My son has more than enough turkey and sausage and pepperoni and cheese, so he should be set for like a day and a half.
A day and a half.
That kid, well, it means I just don't have to buy as much food. Good grief, that kid eats like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, and
Nice,
Shadow,
nice.
Shadow, you were talking about fall off the bone. To me, that's the way that all ribs should be. There's anyone that doesn't do fall off the bone is doing a disservice to ribs.
Yeah, I actually heard comments like the best ever tonight. So, my chef hat is 3 sizes larger today, and I'm not really that great a cook. My parents were awful cooks, and it wasn't their fault. They were in wheelchairs, so they couldn't reach the stove and things like that. So I had to learn like really early on to make the foods the way I actually just want it to taste. It may, not be the right way or whatever, but and my boy, he's only known my cooking, so someday he'll marry someone from a more sophisticated family, and they come home, Dad, you did this wrong, and you do this wrong, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, hey, marry her.
I was telling people I would make pumpkin pie with in a sous vide. So what I do is I put a graham cracker crust. Well, I use mason jars. So I use 4 ounce.
Yeah, nobody uses graham cracker crust anymore. They're so, I don't know what the heck happened, but that was sometimes the best part of the pie. You know what I mean?
Oh, I still feel that way. Well, key lime pie still uses it, but you're right. No, but see, I'm always afraid that they're going to burn. So what I do is I put it in a sous vide. So I put a graham cracker crust at the bottom, then I put the pie filling in the top, and then I put it in the sous vide at like 180 degrees and cook it for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Then I pull it out. And whenever someone wants to have the pumpkin pie, I just pop open the mason jar. I get the blowtorch. I caramelize the top, then put on some whipped cream, and here you go. Boom. And it's really good because then, it's perfectly sealed, so it'll last for months if you want to put it in the refrigerator.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's easy too. It's so easy. I don't have to stress that my pie is going to burn or it's undercooked or all that other stuff. It's
my wife's from Texas. She loves key lime pie.
That's a southern thing. I think as it starts migrating over. Oh, I still love. Well, Hungar just said.
Hey, wow! You guys got here exactly like the same time. Welcome, Dean Paul, and welcome, Crafting Gamer. How you doing, man?
Good.
Hi to everybody out there, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but I hope everybody's doing good this Thanksgiving.
And for those of you who may not recognize Grim, he's been on a lot of my prepper videos, and we were supposed to have Raven on with us tonight, Grim, but she's running behind. I was going to give her a couple of painting lessons. She's an accomplished painter, but never painted minis. And Elle says, mason jar. So you use moonshine on your pumpkin pie.
Well, you know what? Is you can use the moonshine in the whipped cream. You go in there and I normally put in rum or what's the other one in there? Brandy, in the whipped cream. And to be fair, you also use in the look at what you use in a vanilla extract. That's all alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah, Dean, I haven't been a skeleton in about 2 years. I gained some weight thanks to the thing. Hey, Bear, nice to see you, buddy.
Hey, Bear. Hopefully your work went well today. I know that he was up pretty early today when I saw him post his.
Hey, Bear.
Yeah, we were just talking about you, Bear. A friend of mine and I. You got a hell of a show. Just one of these days I'm going to have to pop on, but it's always at the weirdest times for my schedule. Shine and Squirt is really good together. Oh, I used to absolutely love Squirt. That was like my favorite soda. Haven't had it in going on 8 years now. Oh, missed it. Anytime, Bear. You're a class act. So, Grim, what are you working on, man? Can't see what you're working on. I assume you're working on something.
Oh,
right?
no. Sorry, man. I'm wasted. I got up at 6. I got up at 5:30, left at 6, and since the family wasn't here, I just worked until after dark, and I'm beat. So I'm not working on anything. I hope.
Okay.
The only thing I worked on is I got up at 3 this morning to prep my cherry trees, and then about 8 o'clock I headed out to go plant them. So,
cherry trees are good.
Well, we'll see.
I've got a black cherry tree in the front yard. It's friggin' massive. Hey, Justin, what's happening, brother?
So we'll see. You know, if they can grow, I'm just trying. Hopefully, they'll all be set up. So tomorrow morning we'll go out there and water them some more. And then, but it's a quarter of a mile to carry water and stuff. So it's a good hike.
You got a quarter of a mile to your trees. You must have a lot of property. That's nice.
Well, you know what? That's good to know. But like I said, the sous vide just makes it easy. It's just so much. You just pop them in. It's less stress, and then I don't have to worry about what to do with the pie or anything. It's like 4 ounces is perfect. It's a 4 ounce. So good to share. Just like everybody else, you know. Look, if you don't like your family, then go spend it with your friends, especially your bachelor friends.
Doing just that, folks. Don't get me wrong. I spent all day with the boy, and I'm going to spend some more time when the show's over. We were supposed to watch something today, but he was busy watching something else. So, but we'll get to it.
What are you painting there, Shadow? I see you shaking a bottle for paint. What's it going to be for us?
Oh, it's a lizard man.
Oh, that looks nice.
Snake man.
You know what is? I know it's a gaudy color, but I love
very cool
pop on miniatures. This kind of muted, more realistic stuff. It's not, you know, I understand it, but the reality of it is when I want to go to the tables, I want to see something pop on the table when I look.
3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like, you know, a lot of people do that grungy look, which is really just sort of a crutch. You know, it's real easy to get that look of everything's dirty and grungy.
Well,
I agree. I like the ridiculous sort of overly almost cartoony looking, you know, brightly painted stuff. I've got some stuff that's not like that at all. But like these guys, I mean, they're just asking to, you know, hey, notice me. You know,
hey, you know what? At some point, you just need to get him like a coral snake color. You know, you put the bands across them and just give them those.
Oh, dude, that's next level. And by next level, I mean like 18 levels above my painting skill. I cheat. You know, I use the washes and the dry brushing, and you know, every once in a while I'll get onto some edge highlighting. But I just want these, as Uncle Adam says, table ready. So they look good. Everybody knows what they are.
When I did my Serpent Men for Call of Cthulhu, I made them multicultural to the Southwest. It's got, well, what is it? Coral snakes, rattlesnakes, different. I made them nice. A little bit of each, you know. They get along well.
Well, you know. Coral snakes. What's the other one that's really good? Is if you get a nice copperhead.
Yep, copperhead Southwest. That's a good one. I mean,
well, I mean, I'm looking at. You know, he says irrigation or what? Yeah, you know what? It's more expensive.
Hey, Crystal J, you're new to the show, aren't you?
You don't understand the cost of irrigation, there, Justin.
Welcome to the show. I like I said, I don't recognize the name, but apparently Mac knows you. So any friend of Mac's is a friend of the show, or yeah, any friend of Mac is a friend of the show. Welcome. I hope you got a paintbrush in hand. We're just doing some goofing off while we paint. I know these guys. I'm like the only one painting tonight. What the hell?
Well, you know what I need to do? I don't really want to pay for it because it's expensive, but I like to. I need to go over in the campaign cartographer and put buy the isometric module, and from there,
Oh yeah.
and then the isometric stuff because I kind of like the isometric better than the top down. But have any of you seen what Grumpy Old Slan has done with the old S3 module?
No.
So he redid, but he was redrawing all of the maps for S3.
Hey, what's up, Connell?
Hey, Connell.
Hey, give me a second.
Hello, Connell.
No, do it now.
So he was doing the S3 module, and he did it where he started color coding all of the doors. and
Oh,
things,
okay. Good for you. Good for you, Mac. That is the spirit.
All right. Okay, I can breathe. Not really, but I'll try anyways.
I thought
So
you had
why
other
would-
plans tonight.
What?
I thought you'd be doing other stuff tonight.
I am a single father with a 13-year-old daughter who doesn't want to hang out with either of his parents. My ex-wife is a beautiful, wonderful, horrible woman all at the same time. Jade is probably hanging out with his family because he has a healthy family. And I am single. So my options are drink, which I'm about to, and hang out with you guys. And in my point of view, why can't I do both? I will go from cigar, Connell the cigar DM to Connell the slightly buzzed DM tonight.
He's going to be drunk painting. We're going to come back over.
Hey,
I can
the fact
paint.
that you paint it all
I didn't
is.
say you
I
couldn't
was just
paint.
talking about you too, Connell. The fact that you paint it all is absolutely amazing.
I don't consider what I do as painting.
You know
Hey.
what? If you're putting paint on a miniature, it's paint.
I get that. I truly get it. But painters are the people that can look at something and say, splash of this, a dot of that would look amazing on it. Me, hey, Maggie, paint by number this for me, please.
Hey. I still call someone that paints my walls completely white a painter. You know, there's a
not
difference
bashing
between an
it.
artist. There's
Right.
a difference between, you're just not an artist. That's all it is. You're just yes.
No, Crystal, absolutely. Everybody is welcome here.
Yeah.
We're just chilling, painting, hanging out with friends, and it's always nice to make a new one. I literally try to make a new friend every day where possible, or at least, rekindle old friendships. Because there's so many great people that hang out in our circle. And sometimes there's just not enough, time in the day, and, sometimes that sort of thing happens, and I'm trying to, not let that happen anymore,
Well, I never quite understood this as a kid because I always felt kind of weird. But you have two, almost up to three, depends on how your life goes, up to two families in your life. The family you're born in, which, can or cannot be amazing, depends on how situations go, and the family you make for yourself. And I'm not talking about wife, 3 kids, and a pet dog. I'm talking about friends that you meet, in school or at work or whatever, it being, the month of November in the armed service. They become your second family, sometimes better than your first family.
That's true.
Yep.
And I regard
and with the technology we have at our disposal, we're truly blessed. I mean, I wouldn't have met any of you guys had it not been for this internet thing. I'd have been just, doing my own thing, painting minis and wrestling with the boy, and, missing my old friends who, no longer with us, that sort of thing. And
Well, I hope
lo and behold, there's a
it's that
whole bunch of
is they moved
weirdos out
away,
there.
I don't mind weirdos. I mean, to a certain degree, depends on what part of the weirdo they're a part of.
That's interesting, Al. I've never heard that before, but I like it.
Yeah, I was raised with the other thing. Blood's thicker than water, so it's like, have you met my family?
No, we have not. I've seen your daughter.
There's a reason why. There's a reason.
No, Yeah, I'm trying to protect my family from you guys. No.
Well, with Justin, I can believe that.
Well.
hey,
I'm quite lucky to have won the lottery as far as the family goes. So,
I got it. I was joking around with my daughter the other day. I'm like, I either have to hook up with a Greek woman who likes to cook and her family likes to cook, or a Indian, not like Native American, but Indian, because I was like watching a show where each culture throws out a spread for their holidays. I've been to Greece, and they throw out,
that's
I've seen the
ridiculous.
spread that Greeks can throw out. I've seen the spread that Indian people can throw out. I'm like, this is better than white bread America. Let's go.
well, see,
and absolutely, Justin, you guys would never, put up with my control freak, inner nature. You guys would call me out on it all the time. So
that's
yeah,
part of my favorite job. I mean, as your younger brother, I feel it's upon myself to, when Shadow walks into the light of wrongness, to push him back into the shadow of wrongness.
Cuddles the devil on his shoulder.
Yeah.
It's just
Justin, agreed.
That came out of the Muslim religion, the whole angel and devil on the shoulder. I always thought that was fairly amusing.
You know what though is I actually liked, that was one of our highlights, being overseas, eating the local food.
Oh God,
there. Yeah. Because to be fair, is my family was Greek. Is really when people talk about wonderful German food, I'm like, what wonderful German food? And then my friend said, well, you like German food
nice.
if it uses spices. I said, yeah, but that was only the nobles that ever used spices. The typical German fare, other than bread, was not that great. Actually, the French were better for that. But man, Hungarian food in further southeast and east is really good.
German is the best. My mom was German cook from Kentucky. She was the best.
Wait. A German cook from Kentucky.
Well, her bloodline is German.
I just want to say
all the traditional German dishes and add the southern dishes. You can't beat that.
See, the southern dishes is what made it bearable.
See, Graham, I spent 6 years in Germany, and then it was like, you don't really like German food? Like, no.
Actually, I have nothing. I think they use too much vinegar in some of their cooking German food for me. But as a whole, it's better than British food.
Well, the one time I had the British...
Kibbles and bit is better than British food.
Just chicken. What do you mean? Chicken tikka masala. That's British.
That's British by the way of India.
It is a British dish.
By the way of India. That's like
it's
saying
not by way of
there's
India.
nothing more American than hot dogs through the Polish/German way.
Wait a minute. Hold it. That's because the Indians came to the UK. It wasn't because the UK, Yeah, it's a British dish.
The UK basically went over there and said, by the way, we're running your country now. We're taking some of you back to Britain as house cooks, guards, or whatever, and the influence of their food influenced British food to a certain degree, like curry, for example. And that's, to quote...
curry is a specifically British thing. The Indians didn't eat it until the British really got there, and it was...
I thought it was the other way around. See, I was wrong.
No.
Hey, Shal, look at that. I'll admit when I'm wrong.
Colonial British.
It's well, you know what though? It's the British. It's just like the Romans, the ancient Romans. If you ever watch, what is it? Tasting with Max Miller.
I've seen that one. I like Tasting History.
No, that is him. That's Max Miller.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
History. I like watching a lot of stuff he does. To be fair on a lot of it though, is the Europeans, they didn't have pepper. The only people that had pepper were nobility. And so, of course, their food is very bland.
Oh, my God. A handful of saffron would have got me land and castle.
Oh, that's one thing I was kicking myself is when I was in Afghanistan. It was like, I can't remember, but it was a fair amount of saffron for only like $55. And, and I'm like, oh, why did I not buy it when I was there?
The only time I cook with saffron is around the holidays for special cookies or rice.
Justin, you're Canadian. I don't trust your taste in food. If you guys claim what British food is.
If it's not boiled, it's not British.
Well, you have to realize my family was Greek, so when I went over, I'm used to a lot more spices and things. I think the Hungarians took they took whatever the Germans did and said, "We'll just make it better by actually putting in some flavor."
So, Grim, I think this is the first time we've been on the show together. I know of you.
No.
Oh, right.
Unfortunately, I'm sure you know of me, which I apologize for immensely.
Well, I haven't heard a whole lot. I know Shadow likes you a great deal. That's about all I know.
Well, I question his taste in friends, though.
Oh. So to be fair, Graham, is I've known lots of people that do that, but they're the same people that can't take like any cayenne pepper or any spice that seem to love German food. In the meantime, I'm
It's gravy.
I haven't actually found a world food that I didn't like, but German is my favorite. I guess. Well, Southern America, then German, or maybe the two side by side, and then French because I'm part French, and I like a lot of British food. I used to work at a living history place, and there's all kinds of recipes you just don't see anymore. You don't see a lot of the. It wasn't just boiling; it was baking. It was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah,
It's all sadly gone. Where you just
the meat pie is good, and I don't know why in the world they don't make more of those.
Actually, to be fair, I grew up in County Cork, Ireland.
Irish food's good.
Irish food is amazing. My grandma was full-blood Romanian, and my grandpa was full-blood Irish. When it comes to food, I think British food had its heyday in the 1920s.
That's possible. Yeah.
Well, look at Vichy Swal. Vichy Swal is nothing but potato leek soup, right? Which is peasant food. It's peasant. There's no way to break it down other than say it's peasant food. But now, if I go to a high-end French restaurant, I'm paying anywhere from $10 to $15 for a cup of French potato leek soup. That's served cold.
Sure, absolutely. Well, when Frederick the Great had to force his people in Germany to eat potatoes, they love potatoes now, but that's how things. Yeah, he had to force them at gunpoint because they believed that if they ate potatoes, their children would be born with potato heads, and they were starving. And Frederick the Great, he ate it, and they still wouldn't eat it. So they literally had to be forced by force to eat this, and then they started to like it a lot. It's funny how all these things come to different places.
I thought some of it was also because of during the 100 Years' War, they kept ravaging the land, and potatoes being underground, most of the soldiers wouldn't dig it out.
I don't know about that. I know that most of Europe was afraid of potatoes. The first that actually adopted it because of the way they would divide land up was the Irish, and that's why they had the Great Potato Famine. The fathers would give all the children land, and sometimes equally. So the only thing you can feed a family on is you get lower and lower in land mass, and you got a daughter with her family, and they're living on a couple of acres is potatoes.
Well, potatoes and milk for a long time, but they had a certain type of potato that went in there. What I thought was interesting was the Great Potato Famine was really caused because they still extract the taxes from the peasants, and it didn't. And so it was like, we don't care if you're starving. We still have to get our same number of potatoes out of you. And so it was a combination of things for that.
Have y'all ever heard the paranormal aspect that is actually true? It's been proven that happened in Ireland. There was a fog that was a strange color, I think green. I don't hold me to that, for 3 days before the potato famine.
Huh.
And then, even though we know what caused the potato famine, right after that, you started to see the potatoes dwindle very quickly. And when Queen Victoria went by and she was trying to help the Irish, she didn't really go onto Ireland. I think she was heading somewhere else, and she thought that they didn't need as much help as they did. So because of that, you had millions of Irish as any way they could try to get to America. But that fog was a very interesting paranormal event that nobody really knows. It's documented. The fog is documented.
Didn't they have a green fog in London because of all of the pollution also?
It
Yeah,
was
they
actually as green as it was bad.
Captain Sporticus.
Yeah, that was a common thing in London for a long time. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Hello?
He's lost his third eye.
Hey, there's my favorite Marxist.
What?
Why don't you go online? Come online. Talk to us all.
Tell us tell us how we're living our life wrong.
We're
Outside the will of God.
Probably are.
It's well, let's see. What was the other thing that no, I mean there was a lot of stuff that like you're talking about with the peasant food, and I know that Connell can't take anything spicy, whereas he can't take anything that has any kind of heat. But I know when I was at the border, a lot of stuff is very similar. But man, it's just to me, I want the infusion of all the different spices and things. And here's the other thing that they found interesting, which is the further north you went, the less spicy the food became, because I think a lot of the spices also have an antimicrobial property, and so they didn't need it far north. But as you went further south, like if you've ever gone to and tasted some of the Indian stuff, boy, they'll make that hot.
Yeah.
And and even in the South, in the United States, they noticed that the further south you went, the spicier the food became. So so that was, I thought that was
my mom's side of the family came from in the very beginning, my mom's side of the family got a land grant from King George back in the day and ended up in Virginia, but most of them moved to the fine state of Tennessee. So it wasn't uncommon for like Thanksgiving to find mustard greens or turnip greens with ham hock or very Southern style dishes at the table. And I love Southern food. God, do I miss Southern food.
It is good.
Yeah. Well, it's very fattening, but I've noticed that like a lot of stuff is fried in the South. More like even if you look at which I find interesting is the blue crab, which is fried down here, but if you go up to the Northwest, everything's steamed. And I just find that interesting.
Blue crab.
I thought that was Frisco, to be honest.
Another food that I find fairly amusing is lobster. When lobster was first, discovered, was considered trash food. You'd only feed your slaves.
They were right. Much like most of the things that.
Hey, Mister. I'm still wet behind the ears. You're going to tell me who cooks for a living what food is good.
I will. You know what though? I will say this.
Not even bugs.
My mother remembers having to go to my grandparents who lived in Maine.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, we'll get some lobster." And her step grandmother were like, "No, lobster is poor people's food. We're having chicken." And because in the Great Depression, that's what they survived off of is lobster. That said, I think lobster is massively overrated. Crawfish is so much better.
Crawfish is good. Yeah, if you get some good crawfish, that's good. My wife used to get a lot. She used to make a lot of etouffee and all kinds of good.
Yeah. That's so good.
I could live and die in Louisiana and still be a happy person. I love gumbo. Oh my goodness.
See, that's what Kyle needs to do. Is he needs to just get that. You know what, Connell? You look like you would be a Cajun chef. I mean,
a couple of friends of mine have told me to. Well, you know what you should do with your YouTube channel? I'm like, close it down and shut up. They're like, no. What you should do is like find recipes, like 1920s and below, like medieval recipes, whatever,
sure,
and turn them into RPG fantasy fare.
Sure. That's a good idea. What's that book called that has all the good medieval recipes? It's got a strange name. I can't remember it.
I know Game of Thrones is a variation of it.
There's anyone watched of course there was tasting with tasting history. Townsend's they both do a good one.
Townsend's is amazing.
Yeah. I like watching that. And to be fair is
you want to sit down and paint?
I'm getting really hungry for gingerbread. I may just make the boy make some.
Oh, guess what I had last night for dinner?
What'd you have?
Duck breast with couscous.
Oh, that sounds good.
I love duck breast. I love duck breast.
I love you can't find a good Peking duck around here anymore, sadly. It used to be a common Chinese restaurant thing, but done right.
I know how to make it, but it's evil.
It's hard to make, yeah. It's
No,
really
the
crispy
process is evil, not it being hard or easy. It's just wow. The
and,
horrible things that people do to the duck.
yeah, there's a lot of sad things. Well, you look at China, how they don't ever look at the Chinese festivals of eating dog or cat. It's horrific. I mean, I've seen many a dead person. I've probably seen, I don't know, maybe over 20 dead people, and various. Even when I was a kid, first dead person I saw was going home with my dad one night. We saw a guy had followed two brothers who had beat him up at a bar, and he caught them because he did something to their tire, and he cut them in half with his car. That was the first dead person I ever saw. They were mushed, and it was horrible. But even that is not as bad as if you look at these poor animals. They're treated horribly in China and other places. These poor dogs and cats, they're like bundled together. They're like, oh God, I don't even want to tell y'all. Don't ever look at it, but absolutely protest it.
It's horrible. I had a roommate in college from South Korea. Great guy, absolutely great guy. And he's like, hey, my mom made jerky and sent it over. I'm like, they made it through custom. He's like, shut up. And no, I had munched down on it, and I'm like, wow, this is really good.
Oh, geez.
Really good. He's like, do you want to know what's made of? I'm like, nope, I'm good.
Well, you know what? Is my friend lived in Korea. Well, his mother was Korean, and he'd been to Korea a couple times. He said, yeah, he ate dog a couple times while he was there. So, the big problem is a lot of those are just have more parasites and things like that. But I'll tell you this much: the Western love of dogs does not apply to most of the rest of the world.
Yep. I saved a dog from people that were going to eat it. It's a bad situation, but there were 5 of them. They were trying to catch this dog, and they were talking about eating it. And it was actually in Texas, and he was a little dog running along the road, and this happened twice in Texas. This one were Oriental people. I don't know where they were from. They were speaking English and other languages, but fortunately we had driven down there, and I had my 38. I said, they were throwing rocks at the dog. They were trying to hit him, and I just this happened twice, almost the same thing, but the other people were not Chinese or Oriental or anything. They were, I don't know, south of the border. I couldn't really understand. It was kind of a broken Spanish, weird Spanish, but I brought that one dog back, and his name was Yule because he was bald, like Confederate General Yule. He was a good boy. He was a wonderful, very smart dog, but that was just pure evil. Trump was the first to ban dog eating in the United States. It's illegal. It was not illegal.
So here, well, you know what though is I'm a little bit different. Because too many people let dogs go and they just starve to death. I'm like, well, that's fine. It's if you're going to eat it. But I don't believe in torturing any animal if you're going to do so.
I have kind of the same mind. I don't mind. I will not be too judgy on what people eat as long as they ethnically harvest said creature. Doing what those people are doing, it was horrible, and they need to be chased down the street with rocks being thrown at them.
But I mean, I have seen too many people that think that by letting dogs go in the near farmland, I'm so that I'm like, first off, you're not. Either they starve to death, they form roaming packs, or they get shot. They get shot all the time. People don't understand that, and it's like, look, don't want your dog coming around. and attacking chickens and all these other things. It's sometimes they get rescued, but you're better off. Oh, speaking of which, did you hear about the guy that got 250 animals from humane shelters? Wait a minute. So he got the 250, and they were going to they're going to be euthanized. And he said, "Hey, I'll take all these animals." And then they found out he had a reptile farm, and he was going to be feeding them to alligators.
Jesus.
What an evil son of a bitch. Now, somebody like
Why
that,
is it evil? They're going to be euthanized anyway. They're going to be euthanized
I'd shoot him, and I'd shoot the reptiles.
Why? Because they're going to be euthanized anyway.
Because I don't like people like that, and if he died, there wouldn't be any skin off my nose.
So it's okay.
So he's going to let the dogs be tortured by gators or whatever the hell it was? Nah, no way.
They were going to be eaten anyway. They were going to be killed anyway.
Destroyed Florida. People letting them out.
All you're saying is I would shoot reptiles instead of using those animals for something useful. That's I don't like wasting of it.
Dogs are a lot nicer than most people.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No.
I know there's a few dogs I've seen that are smarter than some of the people I know.
Oh yeah, well that's not too hard. I think it's a dog
smarter
person,
than some people, definitely.
But I also have my eyes open for a lot of things too. It's a lot of times it's people used to one versus the other. And I said, no. And the problem is when you get a bad dog, it's like I'll just put it down. I don't have time for it. And to me, if the dog is going to be killed anyway, then feed it to some other animal. That works for me. Because they were going to euthanize those animals anyway. So, but they're like, "Oh my God, you're going to kill them anyway." It's just like PETA.
Yeah, but how are the alligators or crocodiles of anything other than a nuisance themselves?
Exactly, and they are. Have you ever seen somebody? We actually had a relative in Louisiana who their child almost got taken by an alligator. They're a nuisance. They're a nuisance all over, just like the pythons who have been let go all over Florida.
Pythons, though, were a human caused, not by nature.
Oh, absolutely, but they're still a very bad, horrible, disgusting threat to all the natural animals, including alligators.
But pythons and the alligators fight with each other. The alligators I've dealt with alligators for years. They don't bother me for the most part. In fact, I like the fact they keep down some of the beavers.
Everything.
Which part of Texas are you in?
What are you talking about?
You said you were in Texas, so I'm asking.
My wife's from Texas.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I'm from Virginia. We don't have alligators up here. We do have scummy people, but we don't have alligators.
But I lived in Florida, and actually, I see alligators a lot of times where I go work. So it's like, yeah, you just kind of ignore. I'll tell you, boy, you get those alligator guard; those look kind of scary. But pigs are the big problem. Boy, pigs are the worst.
Another one, another thing that we did that, me and my cousin, the same cousin, wants to go up to Alaska and shoot a Kodiak bear. He's a freaking idiot. I'm not saying that shooting them makes him an idiot. Him wanting to go bear hunting with a bow makes him an idiot.
Actually, did you? But
this is a cousin of mine. Wants to go to Kodiak.
But you're supposed to go with the guy that has the gun to back you up.
Well, if you go up there, you sign for a license, which is a lottery, and if they call your name, you're allowed to bring like 2 other people. They'll prevent a guide, but the only person that can take that shot is the person who hit the lottery, right? I'm a better shot than my cousin, but he runs faster.
So you're supposed to go, by my understanding, if you go up there, you're supposed to have a guy with a rifle with you.
Yeah, there is. But he's got this like, I'm Billy Badass Master Hunter who has gone all over America and hunt. I'm like, that's America. I get it. What, deer hunting, fowl hunting, what, bears are a whole different creature completely. And I mean, they'll hunt you back.
I'll say this much, because have you I was talking to someone, figuring out why in the world the Arabs didn't like dogs, and they talked about because they don't like them because they eat people all the time. I was like, yeah, okay, can't really get. The other thing is dogs have a long history with rabies, and so that's made a big difference as far as things changing.
They believe they have unclean spirits that can go in and out of dogs and cats. That's why they torment them and chase them away.
Arabs
You're
love
about
love cats.
You never go hunt with a guy that can outrun you. I mean, bears, that is.
Yeah. Well, Arabs love cats, but dogs, it's a lot of it just has to do with rabies and disease and the fact that they eat human remains a lot of time.
Going back to my cousin, me and him have talked over the holidays mainly because I don't deal with him other than that. Well, starting a service down south, Louisiana, Florida, Louisiana, all the, going down there and offering to go take anybody who has a swine issue, a feral pig issue, go in there and clear them out for them for an X amount of charge.
Oh,
That's a good idea.
Here, they've been using helicopters to help take them out, but I did a study years ago trying to figure out what would happen if certain diseases got in the feral hog population, and it was no one knew how to handle it, and I still don't think the government really knows how to handle it.
Have you heard about that thing that's going around with the elk and the moose?
Are you talking about the brain wasting disease?
Yep.
That's actually from deer, oddly enough. So the deer, it's the same disease, but it affects elk and deer, or it affects them differently than it does the deer. But we have the wasting disease here also.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I know the fine people in government here in the fine state of Illinois was talking about bringing, because we have a little bit of a coyote issue. Oh, there goes Grim. A little bit. We have a coyote issue. He's talking about bringing elk into Illinois. I'm like, we don't know how to drive with deer, and you want to bring an animal that's 2 sizes up.
Well, here's the interesting thing, and I always thought it was kind of weird. Donkeys, they'll put donkeys out with the cattle.
Yeah.
Donkeys will fight, and so they go after a lot of the coyotes out here. But people don't realize like the number of pets that get taken by coyotes is
Hey Graham, get your ass back in here.
Yeah, so they literally like. I remember being in Florida and people like, there aren't coyotes out here. Just like people don't understand there are bears out where also where my parents live. But yeah, they had. But I used to see them all the time, and people just didn't see them. And I said, yeah, because they go at night.
Oh, when I was living in Nashville and I go visit my friend who lives in Lebanon, Tennessee, which is like 45-minute away from Nashville. Yeah. We go camping out. We'll go, we'll camp outside and have a bonfire. Like somewhere through the night, you'll hear coyotes yipping. Him disappearing and coming back like that, Shadow, I've decided to turn to a drinking game on my show.
Yeah, I remember when you
alcohol poisoning, we'll see what's got all that.
Oh my God. I went to Kroger's a couple days ago here in Pekin, Illinois, and I saw a little red fox just run across the road. I'm like, I haven't seen a fox in years. I don't know. If you want something to survive turning into a pet, or find a way to eat it.
Yep. I mean, though, is if you ever look at like the aurochs.
They sent me the link again. I had something to my son.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that go on sometimes with the like most things is we live in a society.
Get in here, Graham.
We live in a society where we can enjoy a lot of things, but boy, when you go to other societies and you start realizing you eat what moves because otherwise you starve to death, you're like,
oh yeah, go to Kenya. I never missed a cheeseburger so bad in my life.
So I that said is, like when I went to Cambodia, we used to get in the same restaurant, we used to get French food and the Khmer food. And it was usually a small serving, so I would get one of both. And I was like, oh, I got to eat this. But, too many people in the United States think the only things that you eat are cattle, pigs, and chicken. And then they're like, "Well, it tastes like chicken." I'm like, no, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, there are a couple foods that do, but most foods that they talk about taste like chicken. I never thought tasted like chicken.
I always eat. I mean, the way my grandma raised me, I think, and I've raised my daughter to a certain degree the same way, is you eat everything, not just the bits you want, but everything that comes to liver, heart, and stuff like that. Not that long ago, we used to make our sausages using a lining. We should have never, in my opinion.
I still buy sausages with the intestinal.
Yeah.
Coming in.
Come on in.
My point of view.
Links just a couple slots up.
I'll disappear. I mean,
above your head.
Yeah,
no. I got room for 3 more, and she wanted to paint tonight. I wanted everybody to paint tonight, but
I'll be painting here in a minute. I need to de-stress a little bit. It's kind of been.
It's called painting.
You're not colorblind.
Well, you know what?
But that's never stopped you before.
I'm hanging out with my chosen family, but yeah, here in a few minutes I'll start painting. I just need to
pop it in there again, Grim. It's
this coming week on my show we're doing Glory, right?
Yeah,
we certainly are. I gotta watch it.
I'm having a hell of a time finding it.
Mark posted it somewhere earlier.
Yeah, he did.
All right, I'll look for it then. I'm just like, it's not
Wasn't
on.
It on YouTube for
Yeah, it's not one of those movies that
watch for free on YouTube. Yeah, you just have to watch the commercials.
Oh, mine watching commercials. I just want to be able to watch it.
Yeah, it's on YouTube for free.
So I was talking.
Thanks, Shadow. I had to talk to my son.
No worries, brother.
I was talking to my daughter. I took her grocery shopping today, and I made the joke that why am I chasing this family outing? And she did not get it whatsoever. She's never seen National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. She's never seen any of them. To be fair, I'm not a huge fan of him to begin with. I think he's an asshat.
Which one?
Yeah, he is. He's
Chevy Chase.
An absolute scumbag.
But there's certain movies he did back in the 80s that I thought were amazing. Fletch, Caddyshack, couple of the National Lampoon's Family Vacations. The year one was trash. I don't care what people say; it was trash. But the Christmas one is, it's
I just watched that the other night. It was good. Can you hear me? There we are.
Oh, okay, Raven.
This remote. This mic.
Hurry up, get your ass in here.
I am going to have to force my daughter to watch National Lampoon Christmas special, even if I have to.
It's fun.
Even if I have to change my pick, which I really don't want to do because I found the best Christmas movie ever.
You Die Hard?
Oh. Okay. Die Hard.
Jesus Christ Superstar?
Oh, no. I saw that. I've seen the musical one too many times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because his daughter likes to go see that, right? Or is it?
My aunt took me to go see musicals around Christmas. Joseph in a Technicolor coat up in Chicago with one half of the Osbournes was in it. Not Ozzy, but never mind. I'll be nice. It was a sister, Mary and something Osbourne. It was a sister brother act back in the 70s, I guess. I can't think of his name.
Oh, okay.
The Osmonds?
No. What?
Osmonds?
Yeah. Now, if Ozzy Osbourne would have did Joseph in Technicolor coat, I would watch it every year. No questions asked.
Yeah, Donny Osmond went all heavy metal, if you can believe that.
Did he really?
He really did.
I still like Christopher Lee doing heavy metal in his 90s.
My daughter, I told my daughter earlier, I was going to actually spend.
That's not really a stretch for him.
I just thought it was funny watching him play, heavy metal.
When did Viking
Hey, Jim, what the hell? Get your ass in here, brother.
Music become a thing?
You mean Sabaton?
Yeah. My youngest stepson was listening to it. I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to?
Hey, Shadow, Raven's down there. You might ask her to join in.
I think he has multiple
He's
times.
tried.
Yeah.
She's
Oh,
going to be here later.
It says
okay.
I'm not camera ready. Yes, yeah.
Shit, I'm never camera ready. I mean, I have the voice for radio and a face for newspapers. Wait, that's not
Hey, that's
right.
Bo's line.
I miss Bo.
Yeah, well, you just got to sub to him, and he did a video the other day.
I
It was
don't
really
know
good.
how I feel about subbing to other men, but I do follow him on YouTube.
Who?
Nothing. Me being a cheeky bastard. But no, I am sticking with my Christmas pick, but I might have to browbeat her to come over to watch that movie with me. Christmas, National Lampoon's Christmas. Somebody said goose in chat earlier.
I saw the goose, and
I've never made, or I don't think I've ever had goose.
I haven't had goose. I've had
Goose is good.
Goose.
I just remember hearing goose is like greasy as hell. I mean, worse than
but so is duck.
Worse than duck.
Worse than duck.
But see, here's what I love is what you do.
Thank God it's not available then.
Is you save the fat and you use it just like you would tallow. It's just like duck fat. All these people are like, well, duck is fatty.
Oh, yeah. You're talking to the guy who went on Amazon and bought 3 pounds of duck fat. No, grease. Trust me, I get it.
Oh yeah, I love having that. It's
My
like,
Brussels sprouts have never tasted so good.
oh yeah.
Hey, Shadow, you're working like one of Santa's elves there. Let's see this. Let's see what you've done so far. Diligently.
He knows.
Just still working on these, and then I started doing the Zenithal highlight on before I paint these
Nice.
Viking dead.
I just pull that off.
Very nice, man.
I like
This is
turducken
black
the
and white.
Dungeon Minister. I do. I love turducken, especially whenever it's made with crawfish and rice.
I made the crawfish is a new thing. I've made turducken before.
Dungeon Minister.
In the
Happy
ass.
Thanksgiving.
It's not a new thing in the Cajun world. It's just a new thing in the rest of the world.
I was joking. I was watching Supernatural, and they had a turducken burger. I'm like, I can do that. That's just grounding up turkey, duck.
Every time I think of turducken, I remember that episode of Supernatural where they get the turducken and that gray ooze slimes out.
Yeah. It was an ad for Mickey D's.
Was it even turducken? Wasn't it people?
No, it was
Isn't
some
that the
other
episode with the eating people that were the creatures? I can't remember.
Leviathans. Yeah.
The Leviathans.
They weren't people burgers. They were drug burgers, so they can have people burgers later.
Oh, right. That's right.
So my friend, and I'm sure that you've seen the thing going around, where it's the turkey and then it has the octopus inside of the turkey that's coming out.
Happy Thanksgiving. What is that?
Cthulhu turkey. Turkey.
Well, I was looking at it and I was like, why would I screw up perfectly good octopus by putting a turkey? I do not like turkey for the most part, with the exception of turducken. Turkey's like my least.
It wouldn't be that hard. All you do, I mean, depends on what you use as a binder. I'd use an egg, but get a ground up turkey, ground up duck, ground up. I'm thinking chicken. Grind it all up. Put some egg in it. Maybe some onions, some other stuff in it, and grill it. I don't think it would actually be that bad.
Now, what is it? Zhuja? I can't remember. It's where they used to ground up, where they grind it up and do that, and then they put on skewers and cook it.
Yeah.
I'm not catching the reference.
Which one?
Dungeon Minister.
Turducken was made famous by
John Madden.
By John Madden when he was talking about it one Sunday. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, James O. I haven't seen you either for a while.
Yeah, why aren't you in here?
You're welcome to my turkey, but I have to get your duck, the Dungeon Minister, because I love duck over turkey.
Hi, James.
So speaking, at Dungeon, I've seen a couple of Dungeon Minister's videos. I think it's him, and it made me giggle. Not so much his stuff, But December 9th, it happens like every 6 months. We get together, me and a group of people, like 12 people, get together, play Flames of War. And it's at a Lutheran church. And it's always Eastern War. It's, the Germans versus whoever. And I play a Finn most of the time just because I like their movement through the woods. They get double movements in the woods. I'm like, wait, am I a Nazi this time around? And it's always the question because the Finns jump side. What part of the war is this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Duck season.
The Finns had little choice
Rabbit season.
after the 1939 Winter War. They didn't have much choice. They either joined the Germans or they were retaken by the Soviets. So they made the right choice for what they could. But
Right.
the Germans did win, so that some of them flipped sides, although it was forced at gunpoint.
Well, they'd already been sued for peace, and then of course when the Germans invaded, they joined up. But yeah, it's
between a rock and a hard place. But I'm like, I don't know how I feel about being a Nazi in church. This feels awkward to me. Can we take this game to a public park so I can yell at kids for getting off my lawn? I mean,
well, you know what? The problem is that people are doing that. It's like, look, you're just doing tactical maneuvers. It's, if you're selling to the German economy using slaves, then maybe I feel a little bit guiltier. Yeah. All right, I'm going to play Albert.
You've known me long enough to know where my cheek is going to come from. In some situations.
The problem I have with most of those is, it's you play a GMT game 4 to 6 hours. Look, I don't want to play another Axis and Allies.
I'll have to check that out later. Don't know who half those people are. Avenger, I'm sure he has his reasons.
I don't. Are they defending him, or are they defending his right to free speech? That's a big difference between the two.
Wait, what's going on?
I don't know. At the end of the day,
L says Pundit, Griff, Ryan, and Avenger are all defending Lanasa.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, why are we bringing in all that negativity for people we don't care or have met? Everyone wants to pick a side. You know what? No, I'm not picking a damn side. I'm picking my side. Yeah, I'm picking the side that's going to have fun, not the one that's going for drama.
Bring me cookies. I might pick your side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you guys know me. I have a fondness for Avenger's work and his style. I'll talk to him later.
Well, but like I said, is when they say defending, it's like, are they defending his right to exist or freedom of speech or things that's a very different thing than saying we agree with what he says.
Right.
That's why I don't like anyone that goes in there. It's like, well, stop. It's just like saying, well, so and so's a murderer. Well, don't they still deserve a fair trial? That's
my argument. I argument the peer thing because there's a lot of us out there. We have peers in the community. I'll give you that. But you get somebody, I don't want to say, let's say a president. Where are you going to find his peers at?
That's on an international level. Actually, you know what? You can go look at the people in hell, and you can find plenty of.
The internet loves you. I'm just saying that, right?
I don't know what happened, but I always find it funny now.
It's just whenever it's like outside, even I don't really even get political. Let's say Martha Stewart goes back to jail for tax fraud, but she's again, she has a jury in front of her. Which of those jurors is her peer?
Well, the one thing that bothers me is the military using that and not allowing enlisted to judge officers. That's where I get mad. Because it's like only officers. I'm like, no, because they'll protect their own. The enlisted will burn a lot of them. It's like they should. Go look at anyone look at Fat Leonard?
I know who you're talking about.
I'm like, oh my God. And they had to bring officers out of retirement so they could put them to like this is the first general that's ever been, like no.
Dungeon Manager, you're right. Oprah. I'll give you Oprah. I will give you anybody that's in that circle. But how many of those people are going to be selected for jury duty?
Well, here's what it comes down to. All it means for a peer is that you're not being judged by someone that we don't have nobility anymore, so they're all peers in our.
Well, we do have nobility. It's not in the same sense, but there's the 1% in everybody else. That's
Well, 1%.
how nobility was.
1%'s irrelevant. The only people that you're going to find that are really protected are in the political class. That's about it.
And not even always them.
Well, that's true.
Look at Mayor Adams. He said the wrong thing, and look where he is now.
Yeah. So that's why whenever I hear the peers, I'm like, no,
Ricky Lake. Oh my God,
that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Ever.
The big thing is you have to get a DA willing to prosecute, and that's where the difference is. Is once you get a jury, then anyone's available.
What do you mean we, Al? I don't have any such thing. I've got one religion, and that ain't it.
I'm Catholic. I am a happy Catholic. At the same time, I'm also, not great at it. But, supposedly God is patient, so hopefully he'll be patient with me.
I'll say this much, I've found human beings around the world are pretty much identical. It's the 2% of psychopaths that make it bad for the rest of us. So,
all right, I'll leave.
Hey, Connell, what's your being a chef? What's your favorite thing you make at your restaurant?
I work for a family. Favorite thing I like to make. I can only make it once a month because the wife doesn't appreciate it and she's worried about her husband. But I have this what I call a heart attack meatloaf I make.
Oh, what's in it?
It's your basic 50-50 beef pork. I
will see you Saturday. Give the family a hug for us.
What I'll do is I'll cook bacon to the side, and as a binder, I'll use some of the bacon grease with egg.
And hey, Cal, welcome to the show.
Like a brick of cheddar cheese, real cheddar cheese, not this yellow shit that we say is cheese.
Right.
And I'll put that.
I don't know, man. I found some white cheddar that is to freaking die for.
Said yellow. I said real cheddar, not this yellow shit. White cheddar is the thing.
White cheddar is the actual color of cheddar. Yellow's
dry.
Dyed. Yeah, it's dyed.
Anyways, I'll cut them up into like strips or 4x4s, I guess, and I'll wrap it all up into the meatloaf. Then I will weave bacon, uncooked bacon, into a weave. Then I bake it and put barbecue sauce on it.
Oh wow, sounds very good.
I serve it with cornbread that has jalapenos in it and cheddar.
Oh, that sounds real nice.
How do you take the jalapenos there, Connell?
What?
I know that you don't have a high spice tolerance, so how do you take the
taste it?
Okay.
No, I don't taste it. I just basically like in concept. I did it once. I'm like, in concept, this should work. In concept, and a lot of it's just guessing. I don't care what any chef tells you. A lot of it's just fucking hoping for the best and guessing. And it went over well, and it's like, oh my god, keep making this, and so every once in a while it was kind of too hot, so I'll dial back, but it's guesstimation.
Okay, sure. Because I know a lot of times for you, because I like spicy food, but I was just curious.
I will switch if there's supposed to be heat to it. That I want heat because I like heat. I just can't have it. I'll use white pepper.
Oh yeah,
Jim, welcome to the show.
That's good stuff. Hello, how you doing, Jim?
Hey,
That's
you
Jim's
got a brown stain on your forehead, on your head. You kind of missed the toilet paper.
Funny story. Like I was gluing some models together yesterday, and I was scratching my head out in the yard. I was like, "Why is the back of my head burning?" And I realized like I had a massive patch of super glue on my head.
Oh no,
that sucks.
So, are you trying out for the Mad Max musical with that haircut, there, boss?
Yeah. It'll be like, he's a man, but he's mad. Yeah. You're microwaving toast. Okay, it's Thanksgiving. And she's microwaving toast. Everybody pointing.
That's not how the microwave works.
We don't celebrate Thanksgiving here.
That's not
Wait,
right, Ray.
Wait, oh, she's microwaving toast. I thought you said she was microwaving toads.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That is more acceptable than microwaving toast.
I thought, are you eating the cane toads or what's going on there? You know.
Well,
Hey,
let's
it-
see.
it's
I glued
amazing.
my
I
head
don't
to the
know anybody's
table.
toast.
She's microwaving toast. I don't think Australia is a threat to anybody.
Hey, Australia is my favorite place to set up during Rit. That's all I'm saying. You eat Australia, you win the game.
I'm just saying that, you know, of all of the post-apocalyptic places, we would be most at home in leather thongs in Australia. So
That's not. Yeah, no. There's just too many things that in my mind. James, you can tell me wrong if I'm wrong, but in my mind, Australia is kind of like Africa because there's something there that always wants to kill you.
Yeah, it's just me.
Well,
It's me. It's me.
Yeah.
I
It's
saw
me
that
in a
movie
big-
about
it's me in a
Dante
big
not that
cell.
long ago. Made me think of you.
It's me in a big felt spider costume, like jumping out of the bushes, going. "Ah."
Oh God, spiders don't. Spiders don't bother me. They are. I'm not a fan of them. They don't bother me like they do Jade, because that was a fun conversation about things that freak you out. Jade and spiders. Brought to you by
The spiders freak me
wait.
out too, but I'm throwing them in every game I can.
Oh, wait a minute. If Connell's going to be there, you have to include snake spiders for everyone.
You can shut your whore mouth.
I know. I know better than I know better than to throw snakes in a game with Connell when there's these things called clown snakes.
Oh, that's...
Hey. As long as
But to be fair, I've also got raccoon spiders for ravens. So
okay.
I'm an equal opportunity terrorist.
It's
I will terrorize any gamer with their worst fear, because that's what friends do.
okay. So Shadow, just so you know, my worst fear is being caught in public in a restroom without toilet paper. That's a real adult fear.
goodbye socks.
That's-
Goodbye socks. Goodbye whatever the hell. Goodbye underwear. I don't care. I'm solving this problem.
Well, it's like in
I was wondering if you're still
Sharp.
there, Raven. Where aren't you here?
I've been rewatching the old episodes of Sharp lately, and there are
I'm
so
getting
many.
ready to watch them myself. There, James.
It's great.
Anything with Sean Bean is guaranteed to be.
Sean Bean. I feel.
I'm going
sorry.
somewhere with this, Connell. I'm going somewhere with this. Everybody, there's like, I've picked up so many references to like people being in the middle of nowhere and having no toilet paper, so they just grab a book. You know, like, oh, do you know Voltaire? It's like, yeah, some officer gave me a book to wipe my bottom with.
hey. It's all about the three seashells.
I love that movie, but I've never been able to figure out.
What with the three seashells?
I did, but it's not safe for the internet.
You like scoop, then wash, then catch the other one's catching the blood that's coming out of your ass because you scoop too hard. I don't get it.
What I want to know is
Connell's spiders are afraid of him because he'll cook them. They're like, I don't want to go in the duck fat. Screw that.
I cooked snake before. Snake.
What type of snake?
Rattle. I've done rattle.
I haven't. I always wanted to try rattlesnake, but
Hurry up, you kitchen
not available at that time.
I was going to make a coffee.
I've done python. I know pythons
You're
are
giving her a hard time again. One of these days you're going to be on stream, and you're not going to see the rolling pin, but we are.
Son.
Oh, she does it to me in my sleep. That's why I have like an imprint on my face.
Hey, James L., what was that movie? That movie down there about the old guy that died and everybody in the little community was accused of it, basically? Did you see that?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I watched that. Everybody was the most unhappy person ever, and they all seemed like they were guilty of killing this guy.
Everybody had a good reason to as well, right?
Yeah, they did. They sure did. He had a good reason to kill them. It was pretty awful.
Wasn't
It was
that in Tennessee or Missouri where that happened to?
Oh, you're done now, are you? Oh, you're finished now, are you? Oh, very good. Oh,
Sometimes I miss being married, and other times I don't.
She's going to clobber you right here on camera. And we're not going to be able to do anything about it because we're over here, you're over there.
I'll do something about it. I'll laugh my ass off.
I'm Cinderella.
Well, yeah,
I do most of the mopping and scrubbing around here. You know, if it's stationary for 5 minutes, I'm gonna be like, "Come with me, and you'll be."
So well, you know what? Oh, speaking of which, years ago, you know the Pillsbury dough that they had, you know, with the biscuits.
Oh no!
Sure.
And so years ago, apparently someone had left it in their car and it got too hot.
I saw a Mythbusters thing about that.
And they were driving and it exploded, and it hit the back of their head.
Oh yeah.
And wait a minute. The person's calling up on the phone, believing that the explosion, and they were trying to keep their brains inside their head, and all it was a bunch of dough that had hit the back of their head.
Yeah, Mythbusters. I mean, I hate Mythbusters was one of those magnificent show where they actually took stories like that to see if there's any truth to it, and they showed you the science.
Yeah,
which I miss shows like that because God help me if I can actually find something about history on the History Channel.
Hey, the best channel is on Todd's Workshop in modern history. That's what gets me about it is go to YouTube and you'll find more, you'll find better stuff.
Yeah, there's heaps. I like that's my TV now is I basically just watch history documentaries on YouTube. There's always something. Yeah.
Watching a thing not that long ago about a Finnish soldier during World War II that was high on meth, and he survived the Russian. Survived. It was survived. All of a sudden,
he took his Panzer chocolate because they put amphetamines in the German chocolate to keep them going.
This guy was tweaking on that. More or less what the breaks down to, but he survived it.
Yeah, I remember that story because basically he was like captured, or he was on the verge of being captured, and he was like, "All I've got is this stupid, like stay awake pills that my sergeant gave me and told me not to take more than one of." So like he took all of them, and he was tailed by the Russians for like how many?
He was gone.
Like days,
he was gone for 2
days,
weeks.
but he just kept going and kept going. When they found him, he wasn't very well, but his heart rate was like through the roof.
He stepped on like when they finally did find him after tweaking for however long he was tweaking. He steps on a landmine that basically blows him up, blows his foot, more or less. He thinks blows his foot up. So he's just laying there and dying and laying there, and he's not getting worse. So he said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get up and move." So he goes to a cabin not that far away from him. And because of part of the world, most of the doors are unlocked because they don't want people to freeze to death outside. And well, the cabin was booby trapped with another mine. So he wasn't only blown up once; he was blown up twice.
That's right. So when you're having a bad day at the DMV waiting to get called up, just remember that guy.
Actually, you know what though, and I do this to my son whenever he's complaining about how bad the world is. If I can throw him in the pool, which is like 50 degrees, it's like, son, this is the worst part of your day, and everything else from here is as easy as it gets.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've had moments.
Didn't that guy survive? Like he was in bad condition. But
he survived. He lived up to like 90 something. Yeah. He wrote, they were having a contest, I guess a writing contest of the most fucked up thing ever happened to you during World War II. And he wrote the story about being, taking all these meth pills and sleeping in a cabin and starting a fire in the middle of the cabin to stay warm and all the crazy shit that happened to him. And he got second place. So my only question is, Who got first place and what the fuck was their story? No, I like history.
Sounds like a rough day.
He traveled like 500 miles or 300 miles. You know.
Hey,
Yeah, dude.
James, there's a question in the chat there for you, buddy.
Yeah, what's that?
Emu wars? You mean where they had like 5 people decide to go war with the emus? The actual emu war is that when they say they went to an emu war, it was like 500.
Everyone asked me about the emu war. I didn't even know what it was until Americans told me about it. Apparently, there was some kind of like emu breakout during World War II, but all I know is like don't mess with emus. I remember going to
Fucking miss
like
hobby
farm of some kind for like a school trip, and like a girl in my class tried to feed one its sandwich, and it like pecked her, and she freaked out.
I have an ostrich story, which I fucking hate ostriches.
Hey, Derek, my belly is more than stuff.
Mine's not. If anybody out there wants to sponsor pineapple pizza for Connell will eat a pineapple pizza on the internet, even though I think it's heresy.
Pineapple pizza is a gift from the gods.
There is only one God, and he said no.
Apparently not, because it's a thing, and nobody
No,
I know of has been
there's
struck
only
by
one
lightning
God,
with
and
pineapple pizza.
he said, "You shall not mix dairy with meat."
Of all the things you can do like that are bad, I think pineapple pizza is fairly low on the list. Like I think you can get away. I think you can get away with it sometimes.
If you read the Bible, though, I mean, all joking. Well, this is joking.
Oh yeah. Bring up the Bible now that Father Aaron's gone.
If you bring up if all the things that God hates the most, it's shellfish.
I'm sure there were practical reasons for that, though. It's like even in Islam, there's like lots of things around hygiene, and I think it has a lot to do with.
Okay, Derek, I don't know about that, man. I can't do the little tiny fish.
Anchovies are not bad. They're just salty as hell.
Yeah, I actually like anchovies. Yeah.
You know what is anchovy paste?
Maybe not with pineapple though.
I will say this much. I've had pineapple pizza. Here's the reality. I don't like sweet on my pizza. That I want all my foods to be savory unless they're intended to be.
You mean like the Jordan Peterson meat diet? You're like, oh, I just really love that beef. You know, it really keeps me going.
Oh, I'll have a little bit. I'll be honest with it. Is I like to have. I noticed when I cut back I had a lot of positive effects on carbohydrates.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that but I also noticed if I went an all meat diet is I didn't have a lot of energy. So I had to have some carbohydrates, but not as much as I was eating previously.
I do pasta. If I need the carbs, I'll do a simple pasta dish.
Yeah, A1 is made from anchovies. That is correct.
Yeah. And it worked for me. I mean, I have very few things out there I will not ick your yum. I know I eat crazy things. Like I said, I'll do awful from animals. I believe that every part of the animal to a certain degree needs to be eaten or it's a waste.
I'm okay with that. Just don't tell me. Just don't tell me what it is. Like, just don't tell me that it's awful. And
I'm gonna serve you a bowl of food. You're gonna enjoy it. Okay.
So Connell and I've never had it, and actually, at first I thought it looked pretty disgusting, but after looking at it, it doesn't look so bad. Is haggis.
Haggis is amazing. It's just the root vegetable that they serve with that I question.
Which one? What would you use instead?
Oh, wait till he bounces back. What you mean for root vegetables?
Yeah.
I don't like nips. I'd rather have an IPA, which you know how I feel about IPAs.
Okay.
Do you mean turnips?
Oh, they call them nips. It could be. It's not turnip. It is a turnip, but it's not. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Some kind of Swede. It's in the family, right? Like
yeah.
If
I'm making haggis, if I'm making traditional haggis, I'll serve it on mashed potatoes with onion gravy.
So no, the reason I was asking is I've never had it, and I thought it was interesting because I was asking one of the Iraqis that I worked with years ago. I said, "What's the weirdest thing?"
Thanks for that, Al. Thanks. I did not need to know that.
You know what though? You talk about that, but I've been in Nebraska and they had them on the menu, so they're
mountain oysters or
Rocky
whatever.
Mountain oysters. Yeah, thanks. I'll pass.
Well, they'll call them
Again. Don't eat
fries.
organs.
They'll call them calf fries and stuff. I'll say this much: as I've tried it, and I'm just like, no, there's better stuff out there.
Well, in Australia, one of the big snacks is like a meat pie.
Oh, Chevy Chase is more
Right.
than an arse. They're Derek.
Like everybody likes eating a meat pie when they go to the football, but like how much of that is actually meat and how much of it is like, I don't know, eyebrows from cows, I can't tell you.
Well, you guys have, I mean, Americans kind of have the same argument with hot dogs and bologna.
Yeah.
How much of it is actually meat you want to eat versus how much of it's leftovers?
I love
Well,
hot dogs.
You know what is
They
people
are
talk
great.
about tongue. You know, a lot of stuff is if you spice it up correctly, it's pretty good. But there are certain things that are like, you know what, I'm going to use this. I'd rather use this in other stuff, but it's not.
Oh, and a weird omen Al from the other day.
Bruce
It's
Campbell,
like,
really.
everybody's surprised that we don't.
I heard
do,
it was a decent guy. Bill Murray,
everybody-
yeah, that was kind of a sad thing as well.
Bruce
Everybody's surprised that we don't do Thanksgiving, but we saw a bush turkey in the yard, like, and they look pretty much just like the same thing. Like, so there you go. It was like foreshadowing.
It's yeah, but it's funny because people talk about turkeys being really stupid. I'm like, yes,
Turkeys aren't stupid. Well, they are.
If you get domestic turkeys, yes, but wild turkeys, not so much.
Nope. No,
If
that's why Franklin wanted to make them the national bird instead of.
I still root for. If I was president, I will change them out because if I never have to eat a damn turkey again, it'll be too damn soon.
I've had one place. There's one place here just south of us, and I don't normally like turkey, but man, they make a really good smoked turkey that I like. That's actually juicy and things, but it's hard to. The problem I have with too much of it is everyone overcooks their turkey. They always like it has to be 165. I'm like, look, I know the USDA requirements. If you actually look at it, actually kill everything, and I'm not saying going off to your food inspector. 150 to 155 will kill just about anything given the time if you let it rest.
Also, there's like the whole like cooking a little bit slower at a lower heat kind of thing. You know?
Yeah. Well,
I don't really understand my oven, and I don't really know what I'm doing when I cook, but I just kind of ride the setting and like look at how it turns out. You know what I mean?
I mean, for like ribs, I know that Shadow was talking about this. I will cook my ribs for 18 hours, and they will fall off. And actually, which is funny.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
Oh yes,
you're doing the rib talking. There's that rib talk again.
And my mother and the mother of my son, she normally hates ribs, and she had it, and she's like, "Oh, these are really good." I'm like, "Yeah, things are really good if you slow cook them, and then they just pull apart." And yeah,
I want to know.
All I do, Omen, is I boil them for about 2 hours at a certain temperature, low flame. Then I hit them with honey and barbecue sauce, throw them in the oven for another hour at a lower temperature. And
Sounds awesome, Santa.
I like a dry rub, and I don't really like sugar on it. And so,
yeah, I'm not into the dry rubs.
See, I love the dry rub. I put it on there, and I let it go on for 18 hours.
I chafe too much when I do the dry rub.
It depends. Wow, it took a whole 5 seconds for my brain to catch on to what he just said.
Because my girlfriend is vegetarian, I never cook like big joints of meat at home. Like I always just have like a steak here or a little bit of something there. I never have to go to. I never have to do that big production because I'm always only really cooking the meat for myself. So I do miss a good leg of like roast pork or roast lamb. Like that's lovely.
James
You offered me this year a while ago about if I ever make it to Australia. Tell you what, James, if you ever make it to
you got to start
America,
walking though.
300 hours. Okay,
I'll make you a leg of lamb that you will remember for the rest of your life, and it will be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I love lamb.
I've only had lamb
Lamb's great.
once. It wasn't bad, but honestly, I'd rather have goat.
I like goat.
Goat's
I like
good
goat. I was actually expecting you to say something else that wasn't, of that. So good on
Hey,
you.
boys, see if you can see these little pink parrots in the yard. Can you see them?
Think what?
No, I can't quite, but that may just be because it needs to be bigger. But that's kind of cool.
I
But
couldn't tell you the pink.
but see, a lot of it is I like that really slow. I want to break down all of everything in there that they'll break apart. I like the dry rub. I will save the beef tallow that comes off the ribs and use that. So yeah, it's like, oh yeah.
Oh God, yeah, no, I'm right there with you when it comes to ribs. But I want to know who was a jackass who thought it was okay to bake a fucking turkey in a bag.
Well, you know what? If it makes it juicy, but again, I know a lot of people talk
Put the
about
damn thing upside down. It will not be table pretty, but you're there to eat it, not to fucking stare at it. Flip it upside down where the breast is in the juice, and cook it that way. It comes out with a better turkey.
I just base. That's.
Hey, Raven, you still there?
Hey, James L. What's the most extraordinary, delicious Australian dish you like the most?
what is that beef?
Okay, well, considering
not
like
me.
a good
Your
portion
most-
of our food is like other people's dishes.
Yeah. Well, what's something
I'd still
very specifically Australian?
I'd still fly the flag for people trying kangaroo because cooked right, it's a really good lean meat. Like
Really? I've heard of that.
it's like a steak that'll make your biceps like pop. It's like full of iron and like very little fat, but like if you cook it wrong, you can make it super tough. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. Sounds delicious,
you really
man.
got to.
All you guys have a blessed Thanksgiving. I've got to go. I hope you have a good night.
Catch you later.
And,
Take care,
thanks
Grim.
for having me, buddy.
I'll talk to you tomorrow or Monday.
Okay.
Let me know when you get that package, though, okay, buddy?
Okay. And everyone have a nice Thanksgiving evening. Bye-bye.
You too.
Take care, bud.
Though, it's everyone likes certain things in there, and I just, I hate saying this, for the amount of effort it takes for a turkey, there's just better fowls out there. Duck. Oh, I love. See, man, whenever I do duck breast, I get it. I pour off the duck fat, and I'm going to use that in something else. The beef tallow. That's why I like the slow stuff, because you really want to break that down, get all of that fat, and then
fancy turkey. Surely the good fancy turkey sandwich the next day makes it worth it, like with like brie.
No,
and like cranberry sauce and like a little bit of lettuce,
Hey, Bo, you still there?
The
link's there if you want to pop in.
Yep. Yeah, if you guys want to pop in, I'm going to head off in about 10 minutes. But no, a lot of these things,
what's for dessert?
No, I really like the, but yeah, and Colin and I have talked about this. Like, if you really want to go all out, go make some chicken Kiev for me. That's what I want. And make sure you put in beef tallow.
I don't know if I like you enough how much of a pain ass that is.
Oh, when I do it, I have to make like 9 or 10 of them.
I know.
Because the amount of effort it doesn't. You have to make it in big enough scale that it says, okay, I don't mind spending this amount of hours to make it. Yeah. So, but man, when it's fried, you fry the outside in that beef tallow, and then you put it in the oven afterwards. When you cut it open, I like the seasoned butter.
You know what's funny? You guys are such Epicureans. Like every second or third stream ends up being about food or like beautiful actresses. Like.
Hey, man, I'm just here to paint.
It's great.
I have. You know what though is I don't really like chicken gizzards, but man, people who love chicken gizzards absolutely love them.
I love chicken gizzards.
I had them once. It won't happen again.
I don't know if I've ever intentionally eaten a gizzard of any kind. I'm sure that it's been hidden away, like knowing my grandma and her
if you
Great
grabbed one, you would
Depression,
know.
her Great Depression recipe book. I'm sure I've been like stealth feed a lot of like offal over the years, but I just didn't ask.
I like stuff like that. I get it from my grandma. I don't like the norm. The norm is boring.
She's like, Connell, you killed the animal. Why waste the animal?
Yeah, very much that way. If we harvest, using the more nicer terms, if we harvest an animal, a chicken, there's like, of course there's parts of it you didn't use, but there's
Connell,
Well, chicken feed or
listen
not,
to me. Before family was
yeah.
driven from Romania for witchcraft, this is what we used to do.
What was her favorite thing to make? She made she would make a lamb goulash. That was really good.
ooh, lamb,
Lamb, but
goulash.
cooked
Those are
in
both-
shoe.
Let's see what else. I don't know. Look, we didn't do Thanksgiving in Ireland. It was not on the radar. So it wasn't until I moved to the States. I'm like, oh right.
Americans think we're all on the same calendar. It's like
I know.
I'm
The
like,
way that they write their dates.
we didn't have any pilgrims. We've only been here for like 5 minutes. I was explaining to Shadow how young Australia is compared to the US. Like,
Lockies
it's like
and
we haven't even got this place on lock yet. We don't even know if there are dragons here.
Well, like, yeah. You know what? You did have that megalodania or whatever, which I thought were kind of cool. And I was disappointed.
Well, the dragons had to go somewhere, James. Might as well have
Yeah,
been
exactly.
Australia.
That's what worries me. We've only been here for like.
I mean,
5
everything
minutes.
else.
No. We've all been told the future is called Rain of Fire.
Well, wait. I'll bring this up. If all you have to do is equip your saltwater crocodiles with flamethrowers, and you got
Please no.
I mean, those are monsters, and like, holy crap! I see a 12-foot alligator, but to think of one that's 20 feet long, holy crap! And you look at a human being next to it, you're like, wow.
Speaking of Australia, I was watching, it was the anniversary of Steve Irwin's, either the show coming on or his passing. It was something related. It was related to him. I just didn't catch what. His daughter and son have grown up.
Yep. Then they're what, 20s or 30s now?
They're in their 20s. And I'm like, I'm like, she's kind of hot. Oh, that's Steve Irwin's daughter. I'm like, oh, I feel like a horrible person.
They seem pretty well adjusted. They seem like they're doing really well, like carrying on the whole wildlife legacy thing. He was just a really enthusiastic. Like, everybody liked that guy. Like, he was probably bigger overseas than here.
I came here to paint, Derek. That's what it says in the title. I came here to paint.
Well, you just told me to jump in. I'm just waking up. Like,
I'm just messing with you guys. The only time I get to paint anymore is in front of a freaking camera.
Mm-hmm.
So how many pieces did you have to buy the other night there, Shadow?
About 3.
That's not bad. That's what
three large pizzas.
So about $60 after tip?
No, like less than 30.
Really? Because I can't get a decent pie around here, a large pie, outside of $20.
Sam's Club, dude.
Oh,
they're like $8, and they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, we got Costco, but
besides their kids, what the hell do I care?
Steve Irwin was really popular here, but I kind of, on the day he died, like, I had to do everything in my power not to make various jokes about stingrays and. I was like, just give it a day, James. Just control yourself for like 1 day.
I feel like a horrible person too, because when I found out he died and was from a stingray, I had to stop. I had to literally stop myself from making any joke that ran through my mind. There was earlier last year. There was this, earlier this past year or last year, there was this adult actress.
That you wouldn't know about, of course.
Who broke her back? She was at one of those trampoline places where you jump, and she jumped in a box, a great big container of foam squares or whatever, and she broke her back. And I'm like, this woman was an adult actress, so all the ways to blow her back out.
You know what? I will say this much. So I took a date.
If you want to stop watching porn, just listen to any of them being interviewed. It'll put you off.
I took a date one time to a trampoline park in Chicago.
Right.
And I said, okay, I really don't feel anything. She came back and said that was the most original date anyone has ever taken me on. And all I can think is I'm only taking women on dates for things that I want to do, and it just gives me an excuse to do it.
Yeah.
Miniature golf.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Derek, but I think I do, but I'm not touching with a 10-foot pole, man.
I attract the kind of woman where, like, I think I'm going on a normal date, and then they pull out a gun and they're like, "Shut up, take your boots off. We're listening to shortwave radio for the next 4 hours."
Okay, that's
the last date I was on. That doesn't sound that bad. Last person I was mildly interested in, well, more than for a physical reason, she was a flat earther. I can't. Nope.
You can't go out with a flat earther. That's no fun. I mean, it could be anyway. You don't know for sure.
Sitting next to her made me feel dumber.
Pardon?
Sitting next to her made me feel dumber. Okay, I don't do dumb chicks. I'll do crazy. I love crazy, but there has to be a line.
You just haven't realized it yet. You don't really. Nobody really likes it.
Well, you know what?
Always an adventure with a crazy chick.
You actually want to meet a nice Australian girl who goes to church on Sunday. That's what you want. Really. You just haven't figured that out yet.
Single friends?
I just want to
just send them right over.
Yeah.
Look. See, what worries me is when you try picking when you go out with the woman and she's the one you pick for Red Rover, to break the line. That's what bothers me.
One of the best dates I was ever on was like seeing John Carter at the drive-in.
Oh,
that was cool. Great. That was really nice.
There's talk there might be a sequel to that movie. With the original
best first date, guys, for all those who are out there listening, is the mall. If they're not up for that, I'm telling you learn everything you need to know about that.
Actually, miniature golf, because you can tell when they're highly competitive or they get angry easily, because when they start swinging like it's like they're mad because they can't get the ball in the hole. I'm like, all right, maybe I don't want to be with this person.
This is rubbish. If you really want to put them to the test, have them kidnapped.
Wait a minute. The other test is are they willing to play air hockey with you? Because when they lean over, you can look down their shirt. So
but if you overdo that, you might be going home to have some air sex with yourself.
Let's see dates.
No, actually, to be fair, the dates I went on miniature golfing with always went really well. No, Bill,
I think when I was younger, I did mini golf. Golf just irritates me. Just in general, it just irritates me.
Hey, I like miniature golf because I like the little doors that open, little windmills. We don't keep score.
The problem is dates are getting too complicated and like over the top now. You really have to work hard to impress the woman. It's like we're doing mini golf, but inside Area 51, and if we get caught.
Actually, you know what? The other one I like. The other one I like
that
to
sounds
do
fun.
is taking her canoeing, because then they generally
it sounds like canoodling.
The shopping mall.
So you're already partway there.
No.
I like billiards.
So canoeing. The great thing about it, and people are like, "Oh, I wouldn't take it because you're stuck with her on your canoe." I'm like, "No, you aren't." Like, what do you mean? I said I just flip over the canoe if she's really annoying. That works great. Oh, you know what? I have taken a date that we did laser tag, miniature golf, and air hockey all in the same place. The escape room didn't go so well.
I want to know what Jack will do on his first date.
Oh.
Going to church is not acceptable.
You know what? Years ago, when I was really young, I would have said, "Oh, how lame! I can't believe it. What kind of girl is this? This is gonna suck." Nowadays, if I was single and you're like, "Oh, there's this really lovely girl at church," I'd be like, "Don't tell her anything about me. I'll be there in 5 minutes."
Oh, wait a minute. She can cook? Oh, hell yeah.
You mean she's sane and nice? Why the hell are you introducing her to me? Like,
Wait, and I met her at church?
we need to find this woman. We need to find this woman a good man.
What's the worst relationships I've been in with women I've met at church?
I think that's your problem.
No, that's not my problem.
You
They're
need
all
to go to the
batshit
church.
crazy.
You need to go to the church in Coming to America, because that was really.
Oh,
the
that
kind of
is a
environment.
Black Baptist
Oh,
church.
what hell?
That-
That might not be far from the truth.
Wow.
Jackie's first date would be a cyber cafe and spending the whole time texting each other from across the table.
Ideal.
You know what? All we need to do is find someone that, for our perfect date, is that she likes to do miniatures and I like to do the wargaming aspect, and we'll be good.
And
She
you put it to
paints,
work
I'll
painting
play.
them.
That's a.
So I'm like, what's your favorite color?
I'll paint
That's
all your figures. I'll paint all your figures just for the practice, Omen Al.
Oh, you know what? It's James L. If you come over
One
here,
time.
I will feed you if you're gonna be painting my miniatures. I have
Yeah,
offered
I'll
that to
just do it for
Brian,
the
but
practice.
That sounds like a beautiful heterosexual life mate scenario.
yeah, it's that's fine. I just need it. I just wish I had more kids because I need the labor on my farm.
I'll water the beans.
No, what earlier we go about Bill Murray being an asshole. He's not an asshole. He's just from Chicago.
Actually, you know what? I had to laugh at this. Is I had my son and it was raining, and this lady next to me said, "Is it okay if I put the umbrella over him because it's getting extreme?" I said, "Sure." I just had some of the nice. I met some really nice people in
Depends
Chicago.
on whether you're a school teacher or not.
But no, it's the other part is that people would actually get up out of their seats when I had my son with me, so he could sit down. And then what was even funnier is people would say, "Hey, I'll give you my seat so you can sit next to your son." There were some super nice people. Now that said, is the people in Chicago didn't believe me that this was going on. They said, "What train are you riding?" I said, "The Brown Line." They said, "Oh, the Brown Line. Yeah, they'll do that." Whereas if you had the red or the blue, yeah, it's like Mad Max.
Well, I must have found my perfect woman, because all of our old people holiday goals for when we're a little bit older are traveling on railways. So, I must be where I need to be.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you.
Well, you know what, Elle? It's not that I disagree. I didn't say all you can eat ribs. I should have said all you can. I'll feed him.
There's a restaurant down in Florida I enjoyed their ribs.
Yeah, Omen Al and I aren't going to be playing footsies under the table. I'm going to be practicing my edge highlighting instead.
Hey, you know what? I got plenty of minis I need to do. Do you like Tainted Grail
I painted, dude. I when I was a kid and I couldn't afford stuff, I'd even buy Army Man and Schleich toys. And
oh, those are awesome.
You just have to keep it took me this long to figure it out, but the way to be good at it is just to do it all the time and
I know,
not even think.
Yep.
It's more of a habit. It's something you habitually, I overthink everything, and this is not
persistence.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you make a mistake, you can always go back over it.
So
if you make a mistake and you live in a country with good gun laws, you can just blow that mofo away off a fence post.
I was wondering where he was going with that.
You can just be like, "This thing drove me nuts. Putting it together was a pain. Now it's time to pull it apart."
It's that's what I think gets me the most is I have the Kingdom Death stuff. I'm like, man, if
those
I had
are nice figures though. Those are nice.
They're super nice. If I could get someone to magnetize them so I could flip all the stuff around, I'd be like, oh yeah. But that said, is man, I don't want to have to pay that much money. Maybe if I win the lottery, I play whenever it gets over like 500 million. Once it gets over 500 million, I'll play lottery. So if I ever win the lottery,
God.
I'll have someone professionally paint all my miniatures.
For
If I would've-
500 million, I'll just get people to like cosplay the armies and direct them from horseback. Like, just have them hitting each other with foam weapons.
I get you. I'd have people cosplay the battle in the last battle in Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
It's like, oh, I bought 25 acres. What for? Battles.
Oh my God, if I hit the lottery, going back to that thought really quickly, I would be doing so much traveling right now. I've already been to Texas to hang out with Omen and Bruce. I'd be on my way to California, see if I can find time. So I would have time to hang out with me.
oh,
If
no,
I won the lotto, everything would be the same, but there would be a lot more clones of me, like in the city, walking around doing my bidding.
Living 40K game.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I appreciate Elle saying that you'd be corn.
Hey, beats being Slanesh.
Yeah.
I would. I don't know. I see.
Slanesh
It's
is fine until it's your turn to be the catcher and not the pitcher.
I don't know about you guys, but I like 2 grass reps in 1.
I don't get the reference.
It's about butt stuff, but it's also a powerful metaphor for what happens when you give your power over to desire completely.
No, actually, me and Omen and I already talked with the first 3 things I'd be doing if I won the lottery. It's called lawyer, tax accountant, a tax person, and money management.
It's kind of like a mecha body that like shoots Oreos or something.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You know what? That's what we need to do. Is James L. would create an Oreo version of the Nerf gun. That shoots out Oreos at people.
Yeah.
But at mock, excuse me.
I nearly
Mach
bought a
5.
Nerf gun the other day. I was like, what's something from my childhood that I like never really got that I was like always curious about? I was like, I always wanted a Nerf gun, and they're like really high powered now.
My favorite Nerf
spent like
gun.
a good 20 minutes watching like videos of Nerf guns going, this looks like fun. I mean, it would drive me insane, so no way.
My favorite Nerf gun right
that
now.
level of stress into her day. But they're pretty cool.
Was that the Maverick? Yeah, the Maverick was my favorite Nerf gun.
You know what is I always loved it when they would give you the Nerf swords and says not to be used against another person. And my son and I would fence with each other.
Those things hurt more than my dag weapons hurt, which always amused me. Because we have like the core is anywhere from hard plastic, whatever. Then you get smacked with the Nerf gun. I'm like, motherfucker, that hurt.
Yeah, I went to school with this Belgian kid, and his dad used to make all their toy weapons out of like wood and stuff like that, and they were awesome. But man, they hurt.
I've been hit by a hurling stick that hurt less. That's another game I wish that got transferred over to the States. Hurling.
Hurling's too violent, even for the US.
I know. Well, they have lacrosse, which is kind of.
Why don't they change the sport, like the name of hurling, to F Yo Shins?
Yeah. I played a hurling for fun. I wasn't great at it, but I wasn't bad at it either.
It's hockey for violent. It's field hockey for violent alcoholics.
Hey! I do not like the tone you're taking there. Even though
I'm going to bring this up, which is a little bit different, but over near Houston, I think they have it's something like 100 acres of cricket fields.
I
was like, how the hell do you get that many people to play cricket?
Well, I mean, maybe if it was like if it was like New England or Virginia or something, I'd be like, okay, maybe cricket or rugby would be like, maybe they still play English sports there, right? But like, I'm surprised that it's in Texas. Although, I guess
And it's
in
Houston.
Texas, like, there's probably more of a general interest in sport, right? There's like any sport, like sport for the fun of sport. So we just kicked India's ass in the cricket, so I'm quite happy about that.
Oh,
The
okay.
fact that you're
Like, you
proud
know.
that you won anything in cricket has something to say. What a
Well,
fucking
nobody
boring
really
sport.
understands it. It's an ambient sport. You just put it on in the background as a like prelude to drinking beer on a really, really hot day. But
I am not getting an
um,
argument with drinking beer with an Australian. That's a losing battle on my part, and I'm Irish. Jesus.
If only they had discovered beer, all the
Hey,
Irish
Grandma.
would be pure
Welcome
energy.
to the show. Happy Thanksgiving.
You know, there's drinking, then there's what Australians do.
but pretty much Gaelic football like is such an influence on Australian rules football. Like it's like
Oh, is
there's a
it?
lot of interchangeability. Yeah,
That's cool.
like it's pretty inspired by Gaelic football. Different shape. We use the like pointy ball, right? The
Right.
pigskin, but you know, the kind of jumping and goal structure and stuff like that's quite similar. Like,
all right. Well, you guys, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go.
Take care, Omen. I'm going to be here for another 50 minutes. Link is in the chat. If somebody wants it and can't find it or reach it, let me know. I'll bring you in. I guess Raven went to go do a food run.
Things.
mm-hmm.
All right.
And,
I'll
I don't
see
know
you
if
this
Glo's
Sunday.
still out there.
Sorry, I'm behind the 8 ball. I just haven't been sleeping very well. So, like,
Oh.
otherwise I was up late last night cleaning some models up, but I was like, I kind of reached the point where I was like, okay, this is 15 mil metal. I really care more about getting like the worst flash off than like getting every nook and cranny. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, those figs that you sent me, what, 2 years ago now?
Yeah.
I have, it's fairly basic, but I have the hound figured out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Finn's still bothering me. I'm haven't got Finn, and I'm kind of working on Owlbear. I've been putting up and down a few times.
That
I
Owlbear
sent
model
that
is like
same
one of my
set.
favorites.
I just sent that same set to Grim and his son for his son's birthday. It's
Lovely.
60 town folks.
Oh yeah, I'm working on that on the side. That one's dry. I don't like painting people, and I appreciate it. I want it. I'm happy to have it. It's just I suck at painting people,
Well, there's only one way to get better.
and I am.
I'm painting a bunch of people right now. I painted all my monsters from Shadows of Brimstone, and I told myself I should have paced myself. I'm doing a bunch of Vikings and Conquistadors, and you know, it's just busy work.
You didn't
right
tell
now.
me. You didn't tell me there were undead Vikings and conquistadors. You son of a gun! I need that. I need that game now. Like now that you've told, like now that I figured that out, I need that game.
It is such a fun game. You can play it solo and not feel like you're wasting time, because it's pretty damn tough. You can play it with your friends because it's a cooperative dungeon crawl. It's got literally every genre: sci-fi, western, horror, fantasy. Conquistadors, Vikings. The next set that comes out in 2 years is going to be ancient Egypt and the Hell Train, which is a ghost train from the Wild West that I cannot wait. Oh God, I can't wait. And it'll finally have, mounted banditos and characters.
That's another reason for you to persist with Sharp, because I got into the later episodes and there's an episode with cultists in it. That's all I'm going to tell you.
What is this?
Sharp, Sharp the rifle.
Oh, okay.
To my surprise, because I thought there were only like 4 or 5 movie-length episodes. I didn't realize that it was like a whole series. So I've been watching all these ones that I haven't even seen yet. And I got to one with cultists, and I'm like, if Shadow doesn't love this episode, I don't know what he's gonna, like. I'm like, it's such a left field thing for a Napoleonic action show, but it was cool.
Oh my, yeah. Actually, there's a new Napoleon movie I kind of want to watch. It just dropped with.
Well, you can take the hit for me, Connell, because I'm not fucking seeing anything. I'm telling you that.
I've actually been kind of happy with the last few movies I've seen that were not like comic book.
I made the mistake of like watching Ridley Scott being interviewed where he was like, I don't really care about the history. I just, threw this in there and that in there.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't have told me
What do
that.
you mean about streamlining?
See, I liked his Robin Hood because I just, I liked his Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, you have a lot of room to be like,
yeah,
a lot of artistic license. But with Napoleon, it's
no,
really just
I mean, yeah.
Apparently, this is just text me, please text me back the movie. It's really more about Josephine because of course it is.
Of course it is. No, yeah. I mean, I plan on seeing it. If it's really that bad, I might take a pass. But last few movies I've seen, I've been happy with. So then again, I'm not.
They need to make a movie. They need to make a movie for men, which is just one extended battle scene. Get rid of all dialogue, except rifles on me.
Did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah, but I
fell off that
wagon pretty early.
Right. No, the last season was crap. But there is this a battle called the Battle of the Bastards, or something like that, where it was a whole episode of just nothing but fighting. It was, using your example, it was a guy movie, right? 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably like YouTube it, Battle of the Bastards.
Yeah, that sounds good actually. That would raise my feelings about that show. I don't know. I didn't feel there were any real good guys to hook onto. I felt like kind of everybody's a bad guy in Game of Thrones, and
there was the good people, but there was a lot of bastards. It's
really a little bit gratuitous and a little bit like so much is just pilfered directly from like the Wars of the Roses that I was.
That's what it was meant to be. George R. Martin said a lot of his inspiration was the Tudor era, War of the Roses. And Jesus, from a historical point of view, that's just a hot fucking mess.
Yeah, totally. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, I know of wargamers who say that the game is really good, but I'm like, man, that amount of energy in a fantasy setting that has no monsters, no magic, no elementals.
I don't know about the game.
Well, there's very little other than dragons. I'm like, no fae, no
giants.
Nothing like that. I'm like, you might as well just play historical then at that point.
Yeah.
You'll learn something. If you take all of the fantasy elements out, it's a bit dry. Like, it's like, well, I just play historical.
I was just watching South Park last night with the boy, and it was their episode where they ripped George R. Martin, and I consider them pretty good judges of character. So
sure.
I think
they have a kind of insight that comes with being satirical. Like they really capture, like they put their finger on the pulse like quite well in a way that even if they're lampooning something that you love, you're like forced to kind of admit like, oh, actually they got it pretty good there.
And that might be fair. I've never really looked. I mean, I don't. George R. Martin, I like his books. I like the series of books he did. I've liked the few TV series, Star Trek episodes that he wrote. Do I think that he's an ass? Sure, but everybody's an ass to one point.
Exactly, Al. Exactly. It was funny, and I got the impression that they'd already done the research. So
I don't know. I've never got into South Park. That's never really been my bag. I think some of their episodes are funny. Me and my daughter will mimic the episode or the movie or wherever it came out where Carmen cusses in school.
As a former goth kid, it's hard not to love the goth kid. You know.
I don't
To
know.
be a nonconformist, you just have to dress like us and listen to the music we do.
I've been
So,
told.
again, what did you mean by streamlining your painting? Because a tip I would give you is get them like table ready, but know that you can always go back when you want to do a better job, or when you just want to paint and you're like, oh wow, I don't have any minis. Instead of buying new minis, go back and look at the minis you painted in the past and see if you can improve them.
I
And
got
when
one
you
for
when you
you.
start to go for it.
I got one for Grandma, and this is great. If, like me, if you find it easier to start with a bit of color on the model, like I can paint a lot more confidently when I've kind of got a bit of color going on the model already. Use colored rattle cans and not just one color, but say find a nice matte blue that you like, and then see if you can find a couple of shades lighter, and spray the model from above after you've primed it, and that will pick out a lot of visual information for you and do a lot of the work for you before you even begin.
I got this fan locally that does. I've been told he does Flames of War, but he paints the tanks and everything.
Mm-hmm. Flames of
And
War is cool. I've thought about
yeah, I
getting
love
into
Flames of
that.
War. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Anyways, I'm talking to him, and I've been told his quality of painting is like museum quality of painting of figs, which I've never heard that term before. I'm like figs and whatever. And he's like,
Sure.
my main rule is because when I used to paint figs, whatever, was I had magnifying glass and I'd stare down and just paint. That's how I do it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I do the 3-foot rule where I hold it
Yeah.
out, well, the arm reach. How does it look from this distance? How does it look from this distance? Because no one across the table is going to pick up your fig and freaking look, tell you everything you did wrong.
Yeah, but I'm easily guilt tripped by like super talented painters on the box art, and especially like, even though I love to rag on Games Workshop and things like Age of Sigma or whatever, like I have to admit that the models are so good and so detailed that like you really feel like you have to do them justice. Whereas with other stuff, I feel like I can whip through it. But when I'm working on something from them, I'm like, "Oh, I've got $8 in my hand. I better not screw this up." you know.
Oh, I get that. I get that. I'm relaxed, more relaxed when it comes to painting because, like I said, I paint by numbers. But when it comes to food, I am right there. I am. How does it look? How does it smell? How does it taste? Okay, this is how it looks. Cool. I'm gonna play it this way. Now, if I add mashed potatoes, how am I going to add the mashed potato? Is it going to be the typical mountain with the lava pit of gravy, or is it going? You get what I'm going with, right?
I like to put chopped spinach and kale in my mashed potatoes because it's like a way of tricking yourself into eating more
Good
greens.
sir, that is heresy. If this was my
Rosemary and
channel,
ham.
what?
Yeah,
Rosemary and
good
ham
too.
in your mashed potatoes.
That
Oh,
sounds
yeah.
good.
I spent about 3 hours prepping this cranberry sauce for my daughter. My daughter loves cranberry juice, cranberry. This
You
comes.
mean it took you 2 hours to open the can?
No, I'm talking about traditional cranberries. I'm not talking about the heresy that's in cans.
You mean you cooked like a compote of sorts, like in a saucepan?
Yeah, you open the can and the berries come out.
No, that's horrible. But
We
anyway,
actually
it's actually pretty good.
We use cranberry sauce a lot, but I like it on sandwiches with like turkey and brie.
oh yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, so it's like it has orange juice, orange peels, cranberry. It's 5-star restaurant quality of cranberry sauce, not Jello cranberry sauce, right? And she's like, Dad, I'm like, yeah, I love you. I'm like, what's wrong? Do we have a can of cranberry jelly? I'm like, dude,
It's what you're acclimatized to, isn't it? It's like, Ree buys the fancy brown bread with like the million grains and
Right.
I'm just like, just give me
That could be
the
fun, Grandma.
paper, give me the paper thin, crappy white bread that goes off in a day. I'll eat that.
I want my mashed
Yeah.
potatoes, pumpernickel bread with a slice of, whatever, with mustard, whatever. And she's like, "No, Dad, can I just have a bologna and cheese sandwich?" And I'm like, "I am taking you away from your mom. This is bullshit." And Shadow's looking at me. He's like, "What the hell's wrong with a bologna sandwich?"
Not a damn thing. Although Jackie has, I think Jackie had one bologna sandwich once, and in the last 16, 17 years, we've only bought one package of bologna.
College killed me of bologna sandwiches.
I don't like bologna per se, but I do like mortadella, like the one with the little bits of olive in it.
Oh yeah, I'll eat that every so often.
Yeah.
It's like I'll go buy a 24 pack of ramen for like $12 or whatever it is, right? But I won't leave it alone. I'll get some green onions, chop into chives. I'll soft boil an
Connor,
egg.
you should do a video. You should actually do a video about jazzing up your ramen, because I've always wondered if there's something that can be
A
done.
flat hot dog. No, it's
With
just a
such
really
things.
big hot dog sliced.
I'm the asshole that calls croissants French donuts.
Yeah, if I want a sandwich these days, usually I just scramble an egg, throw it on bread, done.
Okay. We've talked. We've talked about this with me and Omen are very much. We like to cook, the prep, and everything else. And if it can't be thrown in the microwave for like 15 minutes, Shadow won't eat it.
The most common sandwich.
If it takes me longer to cook it than eat it, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
Except on holidays like today.
I like to cook, but I have to cook to a time limit and for expedience as well. So if I have a sandwich, it's just ham, cheese, pickle, tomato, done.
And to
That's
a
it.
degree, I get that, but I will always make the argument that life is miserable enough. Your food shouldn't have to be.
As long as there's some kind of plant on there, like I feel like I'm probably doing the right thing. Like,
Oh yeah, no, I get you. I'll do like a roast beef sandwich with like a steak tomato, where it's like a thick cut tomato. Oh, with horseradish
nice.
and mayonnaise.
But with respect to painting, I really do found that like colored rattle cans have sped things up a bit for me. If I can get it to stop sprinkling over the next couple of days, I'm going to paint some elves that I have been cleaning up. Alternative Armies 15mm, very cheap. They're having a sale right now, so if you're interested in 15mm figures, I think you still have a couple of weeks before you can get the big discounts. They do very good sci-fi. They do very good fantasy. I am not affiliated.
I get that. I have a buddy who is printing me out a army tanks and whatnot, mainly tanks, using his 3D printer. I'm looking towards.
So you're getting into Flames of War.
Yeah, what was that?
You're getting into Flames of War. I mean, World War should be fairly forgiving to paint as well, because it's kind of drabs and
Oh yeah. When I do
consistent
play, I mainly
colors.
tend to finish the fins.
That's cool. That's cool. Just get flick some white snow on them from a old toothbrush.
Yeah, I've seen that trick.
Yeah. Something like that. Something along those lines. The fins are fun. They're like good snipers and
good snipers. I like their artillery.
Plus, you're not really a commie and you're not really a Nazi, so you don't have to play with that whole, Same reason I like my favorite matchup for World War II on the ground is like Brits and Italians, because it's just two factions of really weird mechanical tanks like slugging it out in the desert.
Man, I tell you what, though, if a tiger shows up, King Tiger, I'm like, we're fucked.
It's over. Yeah. You got to.
There's nothing I have tank wise on the field that can deal with that a king tiger, other than I might get lucky and hit it with a mortar.
It's like some World War II games do kind of over depict the Germans as like being the futuristic faction with like all the super high tech.
Yeah.
But that is partially true. You know what I mean? Like that is kind of true. They did have some like pretty nifty weapons.
I was joking with this guy who's playing. He has a bunch of Sherman tanks, right? And he's also a cigar smoker like me. He's like, dude, if I was you, I'd be blowing so much cigar smoke into that tank. He's like, why? Is you not telling me that in World War II, some of those tanks completely just smelled of nothing but cigars.
I hate to say it, but yet again, that's another piece of content that I think would be excellent, where you show yourself weathering a tank with the cigar. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, as a little intro video, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I don't know. I've been catching a little bit of hell.
We should make fun of ourselves more, especially in light of like, us like maybe tending to be the kind of personalities that get fired up at each other. Recent things going on in the background. It's like maybe we should actually.
And welcome back to the show.
Turn that energy on ourselves a little bit and be a little bit less serious about ourselves.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't, poke fun at yourself, you're probably wound a little too tight.
Yeah.
I sure as hell know a few people that are wound a little bit too tight.
But you should do that, and you should definitely do your ramen recipe. I think you actually have bigger hit on your hands than you realize.
Yeah.
With something like that.
Thank you, Dungeon Minister.
Man, I wish I could grow out my beard. It just stops where it's at. It doesn't go any further than that.
Well, yesterday when I finished my hair because of the gluing incident, Ree said to me, "You look like a vanilla rapist." And I was like, "What's a vanilla rapist look like?" And she's like, "I don't know, but those are the first two words that popped into my head when I saw it."
It's like when somebody says, let's say it's like shit, the first thing that pops in my mind is, what is your point of reference?
Yeah, it was just like, oh, that's like she got me pretty good, so I kind of let it go.
Yeah, Grandma, I remember my old man telling me about those. That was just wild. The bat bombs. Oh my goodness.
Is it where they tied bombs to bats and just kind of let them fly?
Well, they knew where they were going to roost.
Okay, because I've known people do those with like birds. The Chinese did it to I might have it backward, but I think the Chinese did it to the not Hungarians, Genghis Khan's army. Or it might be the other way around. I don't know.
You have been fact-checked by Google. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know much about it. I love to pass myself off as Mr. History, but there are so many gaps, that I haven't looked into yet. I mean, I just try and treat it as an exciting opportunity for the future. But if I come back with something like a 6 mil Burmese army, like medieval Burmese army, I've gone too far. Like,
oh my God. It's just my youngest stepson's 17, and me and him were talking about history and what they're teaching in history class. It goes from World War II to Vietnam.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, you guys are missing something.
Yeah, I mean, Rhea and I were talking about that the other night because MASH was on TV. She's not a big MASH fan, but, we were talking about how Korean War soldiers were kind of shelved a little bit. They needed a little bit more recognition.
We did MASH last week on my show. I love the book, and Shadow's completely right. They could not put everything they put on in the book in the film.
No.
I grew up watching the TV series like most of us here. I'm sure Shadow was, watched it from. Was the show going on? The show was on for 13 years, right?
I thought it was 10, but
Like
okay.
longer than the Korean War. It's,
Right.
yeah.
So,
I think
by
it
the
has
time
its
the show came
moments. I think
on,
it has its moments, but the thing that I like about it most is that it actually is some kind of recognition of that war, you know?
yeah.
Like, because it
Okay.
does kind of get buried amongst the other ones. I mean, Vietnam does a little
You
bit
were, huh,
here as
Al?
well,
Thanks
surprisingly.
for your
I mean,
service, buddy.
you know, Vietnam had a big impact on Australia, but it also kind of like when the soldiers came back, they were viewed, you know, like they were personally responsible for it or something, you know, like they weren't treated as well as they should have been. So, you know,
Right. But there's like a
it's
show
nice to
thing.
see something that even if it's a comedy, it kind of documents something that we don't talk about.
Yeah, Mash broke some barriers down in its time.
Yeah.
It was one of I think, if not the first show ever say "son of a bitch." They had to have this big old warning, and it was pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Even in the last 10 years, I go to turn on the TV and the language. Am I watching HBO? Am I watching Stars? Because they'll drop the F bomb. Not the F bomb, but they'll drop a couple curse words. I'm like, you can't say that on TV.
Yeah, I'm often surprised by what's on TV, but like the thing is, Australian TV is made so cheaply that it's like all the concepts. Every concept for Australian TV is like whatever will cost the least. So it's like we just people doing each other's backyards, basically.
My daughter loves this show from Australia. What the hell is it? Something Dancing Academy or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what the hell are you watching? Oh, it's an Australian show. I'm like, oh, interesting. What is it? And she's like, oh, da, da, da. And I'm like, I kind of recognize some of the actors from later on because it's an old show. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
huh. But no, she loves. I'm like, she's like, there's a dancing one. And there's this Korean one, that South Korean show. By the way, there's absolutely nothing. You can watch a South Korean TV show and not worry about who's in the room whatsoever.
Why? Because they're speaking Korean.
No, because it's clean as hell.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
There's
mean,
like no nudity.
We could use a lot
wholesomeness
more
is
of that.
it's kind of underrated. You think, when you're young and you're like trying to go against the
Right.
grain, you think, oh, I don't care for that. I want to push boundaries. But when you get older, you're like, gee, I'm sick of all these boundaries being pushed.
I think boundaries need to be pushed to a certain degree.
Well, from time to time, perhaps. But I mean,
but I don't think
the
it should be.
unfortunate thing with traditional ways of doing things is that you don't realize why you were doing that silly thing until it's gone. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I think some boundaries need to be pushed, but at the same time, I don't think it should be an every TV show fight.
Yeah, I feel like we have the same problem in history where, like, to make your mark as a historian, you have to kind of rewrite everything and like break new ground and shock people, and like every assumption you had up until now was wrong, and every trope is subverted. And it's like it gets to the point where it's like, can you just play it straight and give me a story with a good guy, a bad guy?
Yeah, it's kind of like a modern D&D game.
Yeah. It's like just give me a hero and his plucky assistant and the girl and the bad guy, and like tell a story.
So Flash Gordon.
Yeah, just give me something straightforward sometimes. I want to just tune out to that sometimes. Not everything has to reinvent the wheel,
If something, it's like Star Trek with the not Kurt, not with Kurt, when he kissed
Uhura.
That was a huge thing back in the day because it was the first time an interracial kiss was ever done on TV.
It's funny though, because like presumably like black people and white people had been kissing each other before that. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like,
some borders do need to be pushed. Some, but
Like I said, it doesn't have to be a fist fight every damn day.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I was talking to a good friend of mine, or he's becoming a good friend of mine, a gaming dude I know, and he's probably more to the left of me, but like we definitely agree that like having a break from all that nonsense, like in the hobby, is great. You know?
Yeah.
Like having some neutral ground where we can actually learn about each other and respect each other is a good thing. Even if he is a filthy commie.
That's what I call Star Trek, commies in space.
You're not wrong.
Shows like that, though. I mean, if it wasn't for Lucy Ball, we would have never got Star Trek. And I think shows like that are important. I don't have to like them, but I think they're important.
Yeah, no kidding, Dungeon Minister. The Last Crusade was it for me. I saw the commercials for the Crystal Skull, and I'm like, no.
Dial of Destiny was actually really good. I enjoyed it. It felt like an old Indiana film. So it's
I'm
the only way I'll watch Indiana Jones.
I'm going to come out and say that River Phoenix as young Indiana Jones was underutilized and underdeveloped. They could have done more with that.
Yeah. Did anybody actually watch the Young Indiana Jones TV show?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of liked it.
Yeah. I like where they were going. I think they just needed a bit more. Just needed a bit more time. Yeah. Like
I think some of the situations they put young Indiana Jones was just freaking dumb. We're going to do this to Indiana Jones because it's TV.
Yeah, I don't think they found their pace, but like the production value and stuff was like, I don't know, it was at least kind of like Stargate level.
With
and he seemed to enjoy the role and stuff like that. He did die, sadly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, what youngster wouldn't have loved to, get that part? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh. No, it wasn't Phoenix. It wasn't Phoenix. It was the guy that fucking Jan for Another Planet has a crush on. Something he was on Boondock Saints. God, what's his name? Something Patrick.
I always laugh when someone mentions Boondock Saints. Like I just can't help it. Like
Boondock Saints is a national treasure.
I don't know if I don't know if I really agree because I've only seen parts of the film. But two, it's like it just seems to be like a religion to some people, which is funny because like our film for that was always Our film for that was always The Big Lebowski.
Oh, that's also a good movie. I did a paper on that movie.
Yeah. The rug is not the issue, man.
But the rug put the man. Dude, the rug. I can't do.
Asian American, please.
My favorite character in Big Lebowski was Steve, which I have. It's not mine. I heard it from somebody else, but I have a conspiracy theory. Thank you, L. Sean Patrick Fanley was young. So, have you ever seen the movie Con Air with Nicolas Cage?
Yeah.
The guy who plays the psychopath in that movie is
Steve Buscemi?
What?
Steve Buscemi.
Yes, that guy. Escapes at the end of the movie, right? He escapes at the end of the movie. Now, if you watch Big Lebowski, it's roughly around the same time, and every time he goes to bowl, he's wearing somebody else's shirt.
You think there might be a little bit like they've taken place in the same?
Yeah,
setting?
I think it's
or there's wormholes somehow.
Yeah, that character was pretty creepy, but not as creepy as the character he played in that Adam Sandler movie.
Oh gosh,
Adam Sandler.
It's underrated.
Adam Sandler.
Oh, are you talking about Parenthood or Parents or Grown Up?
No, I don't think so. Can't remember the name of it though.
I think my favorite Adam Sandler movie is Happy Gilmore because it's so stupid.
Don't you want to go in your hole? Adam Sandler. I don't know. I've never.
I don't think you can be too. I don't think you can be too snobby about Adam Sandler. It's like
I have nothing against the guy.
It's a product. He knows he's making movies for you to switch your brain off and just laugh at how dumb they are. And he seems like a lovely guy. So whatever.
Not easy to work.
It's not high level cinema, but it's good. He does that sort of thing better than that other fellow who's the curly headed bloke. I don't find him funny at all. Like he was in Anchorman.
Oh, William Ferrell.
Yeah. I don't really.
I can't stand him. People like, dude, you need to watch the Anchorman. I'm like, no, do I have to?
Yeah.
Or
if you're yelling the punchline at me, like maybe it's not funny.
Oh God, what's the other movie? The racetrack one.
Talladega Nights.
Yeah, I'd rather shoot myself. I'd rather shoot myself in my groin than have to watch that movie again. I was living in Nashville and make some extra money. I'd go get plasma.
That's a bold statement. Forrest Gump was pretty good. I need to get the boy to watch that one.
Oh, yeah. So I was having to give plasma. I didn't have to, but I chose to give plasma for some extra cash.
A friend of mine actually went to school with Will Ferrell. Yeah, Blue Oyster Cult skid. Hey, I've literally got the BOC mark right there. Not the other mark, Father. They're my favorite all-time band. The only band I know of that actually wrote songs about Dungeons and Dragons. Literally, check out the Marshall Plan if you've never heard it. That song is literally about being a D&D nerd and deciding to become a rock star and becoming world famous. Great song.
I like Blue Oyster Cult because they're like a little bit metal, a little bit kind of pop disco, and like there's a weird callback to the psychedelic music of the 60s that they grew up with.
Oh yeah, that's how they got their
like,
start. The first three albums were during their first album was 1972, same year Jim Morrison died, and they were kind of an acid rock band.
Yeah,
with a lot of
I like people
motorcycle culture in there.
Who mix genres a bit, like
Blue Oyster Cult is literally what happened when heavy metal met disco. They had a baby and they named it Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah.
If they have an album called Mirrors, came out in 1977, and there's the inside cover of that, or on the back of the CD. There's a picture of them, and you could just picture whatever disco club you can think of, 1977, New York City, downtown, and you would have seen them, shaking their booties.
You notice that in every decade there was like a retro decade that was popular then, like in the 70s. People kind of looked back to the 30s and 40s, and in the 80s there was a real 50s and 60s influence, like in the music.
Yeah, with rockabilly and that sort of thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I used to laugh because there would be these rockabilly guys in my school, wearing capes with their collars up, and it was, and then with the 90s, it was like a throwback to the 60s.
Yeah, I love that.
Yes, they did, Grandma.
I don't know. When it comes to
is still touring, but the hardest working band in the entire world is Golden Earring. They do like 250 shows a year, and they're like in their 90s, and they still rock harder than any band that's come out in the last 20 years.
I know. There's a real older band.
When Alan Vega from Suicide died, we were like upset, and then we looked up his age, and he was like 85. We were like, "Holy crap!"
You know who I believe cannot die because he's a lich when it comes to music? Keith Richards.
Until Paul Stanley died last week, didn't he?
Did he?
Dungeon Minister?
No way. No way.
Died?
Yeah. Yeah, Paul Stanley from Kiss. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a big Kiss guy by any stretch, but that's still big news. You know
That's
what I mean? Like,
When I was in fourth grade, I went through my Kiss phase. I had all the albums up to the point, and I was in fourth grade. What kid,
it's a good like band when you're that age and you want to like send away for the pennant and like get into the Kiss Army and
Kiss Army right there, buddy. I was there. They were fun, but like so many bands recently, something happened and they snapped a couple of years ago.
They became establishment. Like they all became establishment, and that's what
Paul Stanley's still alive.
That's why rock and roll been
you
like
sure?
High risk, high reward.
He had to cancel a couple of the shows because he has the flu, but he's still alive.
I heard he died last week. That's weird. Must be one of those Mandela effects. It only affected me.
It's like, the joke is like, a whole generation of people thought Stan Lee died before he did.
Yeah. But he was pretty
okay.
old when he passed away, wasn't he?
You know who was a great disappointment to see as a standalone person? Ace Frehley. The guy can play when he's not
sing
drunk.
to save his life. Yeah, I remember Frehley's comment. Yeah, that was pretty sad. The biggest disappointment for me though was Dee Snider, because those guys lived like 4 houses down from me back in the day, and I saw them in concert, and it was literally Dee Snider at his prime, fronting that band. It was the funniest show I'd ever seen. I was laughing my butt off. I'd never laughed like that at a concert other than like a comedy show. And they were just funny.
He is a comedian. He is a comedian though, isn't he though, in a way? Like he's like a real showman, and he's like very
right. And then I absolutely agree.
I mean, I feel the same.
Not of this world.
I feel the same way about David Bowie. I mean, that guy was my hero because he tried every different musical genre, and as a consequence, I got into so much different music because of him. But then, like, getting older and discovering what he was like in the 70s, like, I'm like,
Hey, everybody made some questionable decisions during the 70s.
My last concert was Rush Roll the Bones, and I was not digging it, and that was a long time ago.
I'm gonna see Elvis. I'm gonna see Elvis Costello next year.
Nice. Last concert
really?
I went.
Let me know if he plays Charlie Don't Surf.
Yeah, I really like Elvis. He's funny. He's good.
Yeah, the last concert I went to, I want to say Def Leppard.
Wow, that is a way back, or was that like some reunion kind of tour thing?
2010, 2011.
Oh, okay.
The Human League come from the same town as Def Leppard, and I watched something where they were like laughing about like they'd go out to a club and like Def Leppard would be playing like with the one arm drummer. Like
there's a handful of bands I would love to see. Cheap Trick being like top on that list because I heard they put on one hell of a show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They did.
AC/DC would be another one.
If I never hear another AC/DC song, I'll be just fine. I've seen AC/DC more than any other band because when I was in a band, that was my buds. It was their favorite band, and I literally saw them 10 times.
That's a bit much.
Yeah,
and every song was just like the same. When they lost Bon Scott, they lost everything. Don't get me wrong, Brian Johnson was great, but Bon just gave him so much more originality, so much more,
My mom would be agreeing with you.
They started writing for the radio, really, didn't they? Like in a way, like
to a certain degree, all bands is that I love the reason why I love jazz. I love freeform jazz. Is one of my favorite music. It's my favorite type of music. But people get pissed when their favorite, growl. Man, I can't say it.
When jazz has that kind of smoky noir, kind of atmospheric feel to it, I think it's really nice. But when it's just like random farts, it's a bit irritating. Like,
I don't mind it because at least it's actually organically there. What I was trying to say is when any band, garage band, wants to get famous, they have to bite off, what? I'm not saying all of them, but there's a lot of them that do it. Have to bite that bullet and says, well, if we're going to want to get famous, we got to learn how to play it, do what people want, and it becomes the radio show.
Yeah,
you get stuck in
the
it.
closest I ever got to jazz was Steely Dan, and I love Steely Dan, but yeah,
oh yeah, Cowboy Bebop is one of my favorite animes, hands down.
good show. The anime, not the live.
Live action one wasn't that bad.
They should stop doing that to anime. Like, I think they should just let anime be.
The last anime they did that was live action was One Piece, and it was brilliant. But One Piece was so freaking crazy.
Okay, I saw Full Metal. That was good, but not great.
Nothing is going to be as good as the original one. I know your viewpoint is if it's not going to be as good as the original one, why bother? You've said this multiple times.
Well, because they've lost any semblance of being able to do anything original these days.
They've lost years ago.
Remakes have always been a bit dodgy, but like they seem exceptionally dodgy now. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, there's a movie they did. There was a movie that came out in the 60s. God, I can't remember what it was. I can't remember. And it was based off a book. But it went nowhere near the book. So they made a remake of it like with the last 10 years. That was word by word from the book. Did not change. It was not alterated from the book whatsoever. And people hated it.
Well, that's the problem with certain things. When you write something or when something was written, 50, 70, 100 years ago, there's a good chance it's not going to translate to the modern era.
I have a friend who pointed out to me that Willy Wonka was racist, and my first reaction was like, dude, how is Willy Wonka racist? He's like, in the original, because I read the book as a kid, he's like, in the original transcript of Willy Wonka, the Oompa Loompas weren't Oompa Loompas. They were African pygmies.
Roald Dahl was like a World War II fighter pilot. Like, how, progressive hippie drippy do you expect him to be? Like, he was busy shooting.
I get it.
Busy shooting Germans down over over the Norwegian Sea. Yeah. I mean, he has been attacked for being unreconstructed. I mean, so is Tolkien, and Tolkien's turn of phrase was much more friendly than Roald Dahl. Roald Dahl was famously pretty grumpy, right? But I think it's important to not have that weird presentism of the morality we have right at this very second is the best, and we're the most enlightened we've ever been, and we're the smartest we've ever been. That's a terrible way to think, right?
Yeah.
And to think, in the past, everybody was ignorant and, backwards. You take a man from the past, there are certain things he wouldn't know about, but I'm sure he would have a lot of practical skills that would put us all to shame,
It's funny you mentioned that. I was, I watch a lot of prepper videos, and I was watching this particular guy who does a lot of things about the hobo way and the hobo lifestyle. And it's so much different than we've been led to believe, the way they lived and what they did during the Depression era and how they had to survive and how industrious and clever.
They had their own language.
I know the average hobo back in the day would have kicked our asses. Just made us.
It was like being a London cabbie. You had to have this weird encyclopedic knowledge of the map and constantly on the move, and they wouldn't have lived that way if they couldn't have found ways of making it more comfortable and dignified than some grainy old photo shows. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have lived that way if it was all, wearing the same pair of socks for 6 days,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I remember when I was a kid, even then, watching Bugs Bunny and things like that, those kind of cartoons, the way they depict those people as utter buffoons, and I'm like, wow, these guys were kind of badass. They were, modern day rangers, as in Tolkien style rangers, making the best of an awful situation. And those guys had some skills.
Well, ultimately, if you'd been through that period and you'd gone, okay, well, occasionally I can pick up work, but things just aren't stable here, and they weren't stable in the last place, and doesn't look like things are changing, you'd probably like get moving, right? Like,
Exactly.
it's like you almost become like a pastoralist, but your herd becomes like odd jobs and opportunities.
I've never
And-
understood the concept that I've found people have, and I've been homeless. I was homeless for 6 months. I was working. I couldn't afford rent,
Yeah.
But I could
Which is
never
crazy.
understand the argument: if you're homeless, then you are lazy and you don't want to work.
Yeah.
Well, because if you look at the current homeless population, 90% of them, that is in fact the case. There was this great episode of the Andy Griffith Show, and there was a hobo, and Andy and Opie were trying to help the guy out, and as soon as they said, "Oh, hey, we've got a job for you," he was up and out of there. And I think even back then they were kind of sort of whitewashing the way they actually lived, unless maybe or maybe they were confusing tramp with hobo, which was two different kinds of things.
But in some ways you wouldn't almost commit to certain jobs back then because you knew they were too dangerous for the money, like, or potentially if you'd been laid off 3 or 4 times, you're like, it's only a matter of time before I get settled in. And these guys do the same thing. It's like the only way to live is to actually stay in motion. Like,
not every homeless person is an alcoholic, and not every alcoholic is a homeless person.
No,
sure.
but today,
I think fentanyl. I think fentanyl is more of a problem. I mean, I wish I believed when they said that Joe Biden mentioned the fentanyl problem to the Chinese premier. Like, I hope that actually goes somewhere. I don't know if it will, but that seems to be a way
to bring it into the country.
Yeah, well, that's where it's made mostly. Yeah, so I mean, you see homeless people. They do seem a little bit different these days. They seem to like have much more serious health and mental health problems than
I'm not familiar with that one. Dungeon Minister Diana Dammer. I can't even pronounce that without screwing it up.
How many? I went to Washington D.C. in high school, my senior year of high school, for not even a field trip, just because my aunt wanted to go and I wanted to see, the Capitol. I wanted to see the things. And there's homeless people all over. But here's the rub: a lot of the homeless people were vets.
Yeah. Well, when I was in Seattle,
the way we treat our vets is deplorable.
Yeah.
I did talk to a couple of hobos on the street, and I bought them a beer and had a brief chat with them. As an out of towner, sometimes it's actually good to talk to the local hobo, like, honestly, to get a real.
You'll learn more about the city than you want to.
So I talked to a couple of them, and they were all veterans. Like, I spoke to like 3. There's like 3 veterans in a row. I was like, well, I guess that answers that question. Like, where all the homeless people are coming from? The army,
Well, that and the fact that Reagan closed down an exorbitant number of mental health facilities.
Yeah,
and that really did a number on, that was the beginning.
That's the whole neoliberal thing, isn't it? It's like you can say, oh, well, we're helping these people live in the community, but it's like, yeah, but you're kind of just turfing them out with no support. You're not helping them get back into the community. You're just chucking them out.
You're teaching him the tool, but you're mentally fucking him while he's in the service.
Yeah. I mean, I know some cats who've been in the army and navy here, and they do have psychological problems not because of things that have happened overseas, but also the culture can be a little bit wacky.
I mean, I don't worry about Jack in that respect because I know he's kind of going more for officers and he's going to be doing it as part of his kind of education complement. So I don't think it's as big an issue. But for the grunts, it can be pretty brutal culture. You know what I mean? Like they can really wail on each other. It's like, guys, the enemy's over there, you know? Like, you know.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Jackie will do just fine, provided he doesn't get drafted first.
I'd
I'll
be
have to take an act
surprised.
of Congress.
I'd be surprised. I think any regional tensions that like get talked about or stoked in the news, like I think they might take longer to simmer over than people realize. Like I think it's more a matter of years rather than months. For any major confrontation.
For the American draft to come back, Congress has to vote on and accept it, and I don't see that happening.
Well, for example, like just hypothetical, say China and the US, just hypothetically have some kind of friction. Like I personally think that they're probably, whoever the next administration is probably going to work more at working something out and simmering things down for at least a couple of years before the issue comes up in a major way.
China and us, from an economic point of view, are attached to the hips.
Yeah.
We've been in this for a long time.
I mean, we have the same problem where we have friction at the borders of our shipping lanes and stuff like that, but ultimately we are way more dependent on each other than not.
Right. We can't shut down our borders and say that we can do everything. Because we can't. Not anymore. Those days are over.
Without really restructuring your economy, which, you know, I think people are kind of starting to see, like especially like Ukraine and stuff like that, when you look at how much war production is an issue. You know what I mean? Like World War I, Austria was producing more shells than NATO is capable of putting out, or the US currently has. Something like that. Yeah. You know, so yeah, like I kind of think sincere efforts will be made to kind of try and keep a lid on it for a little bit longer. Just simply for the reason that whoever gets involved in a major conflict next is like really headed for a cluster headache, so to speak. Like it doesn't really matter who they are. It's just the nature of modern warfare. Like we haven't really applied the lessons yet to kind of minimize damage and like make it really targeted. We haven't adjusted to the current lie of the land yet. It's all going to be drones, baby.
Probably.
Is America is the most bipolar country in the world. Or every 4 to 8 years we get a new headache.
Never getting a land war in Asia. Nice, Dungeon Minister. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. Dungeon Minister with the blessings and the felicitations. Like he's right.
All serious.
I still haven't seen Princess Bride, right? Like
you're missing out, my friend.
You need to go back on Cigar DM YouTube. Sometime last year, because I think we've only been doing this for a year. Me, Shadow, and Jack reviewed The Princess Bride, and I have to say it was one of our best episodes, next to season something of Stranger Things, which that one was a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, Ree really likes Stranger Things, or rather, I think she's kind of invested enough in it that like she needs to know what happens next. You know?
Oh yeah, when I first saw it, I knew instantly I was gonna love it. Yes, we are still on, Raven. Imagine that, and I'm the only one who's picked up a paintbrush in 3 hours.
I decided not to. I was going to, but I decided not to.
I picked up a Jamaican paintbrush.
Nice.
That's awesome. Oh man!
You know what's scary is I'm actually, I had like about 100 minis on my table about a month ago, and they're getting done. It's amazing how this is working out.
I'm going to do some priming in a minute.
You just started painting a halfling. Good for you, Raven.
Does it take
What's
a
yours?
cast of time?
Did the cats
Are you
take your
painting?
paintbrush?
Are you painting now, Raven?
Yes. As a matter of fact,
Really?
I sent her some minis and some paints to get her started.
Hey, if you send me,
Raven is the ideal gamer GF for the gentleman in her range. She
I was gonna-
paints. She summons friendly entities. She's followed by ghosts. She has a herd of
And
cats.
UFOs.
Yeah, everyone loves Raven.
if you know what, tell you what, if somebody out there wants to send me the booster or the mega pack, speed paint, and I was army speed paint.
Oh, tell me about it, brother. But you know what? Like the price is coming down. I'm seeing the price for it come down. Like it's getting cheaper. So eventually,
I wouldn't have been able to afford it without a grant from the Hewlin Myth Company or whatever it is on Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. You know who you are. And I absolutely adore these paints. Army Painter speed paints. Absolutely freaking. I just absolutely love them.
Have you seen the price for plastic though? Right now, went out there and because I like to buy figs and paint them, and they had like a set of miniature mimics, right? Mimic table, mimic this, mimic that. There's like 6 of them packed. So I'm thinking, okay, this is gonna be like anywhere from $20 to $25, right?
Okay.
I was wrong.
Really?
$60.
What? That's highway robbery.
And
Yeah,
I'm
you
like,
gotta hunt
this is-
them.
nope. And I like the place I get my miniatures at because I like to pay. I like to. It's a local shop, you know. I like to shop locally.
Derek just watched the movie Dial of Destiny and came back, and we're still on.
I like that.
Thanks. Welcome to the show, Cold Mask. Dungeon Minister, all I painted with for a good 20 years was craft paints. And if you are patient, you get yourself some matte medium, some flow aid, and a good shaker, or just, shake the crap out of them and water them down where needed. We still use craft paints. They make absolutely excellent dry brush paints in some cases.
I still have to learn how to do that.
Don't ever let anybody tell you you've got to use this brand or that brand. Go to your local, Michael's or Hobby Lobby or whatever, shop you've got. Pay the $1.50, $2 or whatever they are for the craft paints, and consider yourself lucky because they'll actually teach you a lot about painting by having to work with something that's not as forgiving.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I use Apple Barrel. I can find out Wally World.
Oh, that's James L. Cold Mask.
Hello.
And he does live on Pandora. I actually just buy ball bearings from Army Painter or Miniature Market, and that's one of the great things about speed paints is they actually come with 2 stainless steel ball bearings, and then when the bottle's empty, I'll transfer them to some other bottle of paint after I clean them off a bit.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly, Dungeon Minister. If you're happy with it, and here's the thing, I used to paint downstairs, and I had this table, and I had all these minis. It was just literally like 500 minis all laying down flat, and I would, grab a couple and go over to my thing, paint them, put them back, and because I do things in, by color. If I'm using red, I just look for things that need red. And people would come into the house and visit, and they would look at them and just go, "Oh my God, you were so good at this." And I'm like, "Well, actually, I'm crap, but thank you for the compliment."
Yeah, they look amazing to normal people.
Exactly. And youngsters and things
you
like
have
that.
to remember, like, they just look incredible to anyone who
isn't a professional hobby geek painter like us. You know, and you know, that's all I'm going for. If a non-gamer comes up and sees him and goes, "Wow, you're really good at that," I'm like, that makes my day better than some other person going, like one of us going, that's not bad. I'd rather, impress,
You have to be selective about who you ask for criticism. Like
I know,
there are
right?
some
Don't
people,
ask Bo. Don't ask
there were
Bo.
some
Yeah.
people that I would like definitely like I need to get their feedback on whether this really works or not. But
Bo
other
is a
people,
really good painter. He's
yeah,
really
Bo
good.
is actually he does nice work.
Hey, I got a
And
question
he
for you, Al.
also like has like a good finish, which is like one of the most important things that kind of gets neglected, I think. Like
Yeah, I don't
people
know what
do
happened to Bo. I invited him in several times. He's probably over
Family?
at Legion of Banther or
How many
something.
kids did he have? Family? But anyways, I got a quick question for you, Bo. I'm not Bo. God, I got a quick question for you, Al. Jesus, I'm sorry. When you're writing, like, if you're writing your date down, how do you do your date? Is it month, day, year, day, month, then year? How do you do yours? L. I mean, not L. Fuck, I'm fucking living
You mean
Australian.
me?
Yeah.
How come you're the one getting stoned? That doesn't make sense.
No, my brain's just quitting on me.
Is it
I'm
going
not
to
ready
do
to do
it
it.
through the chat? We do day, month, year, like opposite of America. Like
That's what I thought.
we also use the metric system, which is like it's like people get really opinionated about either or, but I'm like, you know what? Imperial is better for like day-to-day things that you're doing around the house. And like metric is good for when you have to do like complex calculations in like across 3 axes. Like, you know what I mean? Like no one
Right.
ever goes, I'm 187 centimeters tall. Like that's ridiculous. Like they say I'm 6'2" or whatever. People use boats, right? Like,
Right.
Yeah, Grandma, he might have had to go to work, or maybe he passed out.
I was writing the date on something, and I did month. No, I did non-American way. It was a day, month, year, and
yeah,
I got so much shit. So I'm like,
that's funny.
I don't know why I did it. I think I did it that way as a kid before I moved over to the States.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we usually do things the other way, but I actually think imperial measurements for like day-to-day stuff are actually better.
All right. Yeah, my brain is turning to mush. It's time for me to say goodnight. Go
Yeah,
watch
I've got to hit the road too.
Downton Abbey and pass out.
Done. It's almost 3.5
started
hours.
painting.
Oh, he starts painting now. Of course, he starts
Yeah.
painting now.
Yeah. It's like 3 in the afternoon here.
I don't know about the rest of you. I know I'll get some help on me, but Downton Abbey, the show, is like warm milk for my brain when I go to bed.
You know what, Derek? You want to come on in? Come on in, bud.
That is easily the gayest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, I get it.
What is?
I don't believe you when you say you don't like disco. I think you are disco.
I hate disco.
Friend.
Jesus Christ.
I grew up in that era, and sometimes you don't have control.
Downton Abbey era. Like, how old are you?
Downton Abbey was the 1920s, 30s. I mean, I keep saying you're older than dirt, but
I was talking about disco.
Oh, yeah.
I do remember playing
Legends at the arcade as a kid.
Actually, I don't know about Legends, but I remember the original.
Gauntlet, Golden Gauntlet. Then there was like 5 of them. There might be more than 5, but it might. I don't know. It's just some strange. I like the 1920s. I would love to have been in Britain as a lord in the 1920s have a big old house?
Connell, I've got a series you should check out. It's got
Okay.
Sam Neill in it. It's from that
Actually, L,
Edwardian.
it would be denim or leather
It's from the Edwardian
or
era.
wool.
It's called Riley, Ace of Spies. You would love it.
There's a show. I'll have to check it out. Had Stephen Fryer and Hugh, the guy who played
Oh,
House?
Jeeves and Wooster. Jeeves and
Yeah.
Wooster.
Nerds.
Yeah.
I love
It's
that
very
show.
funny.
God, I
it's
love
great.
that show.
If you like Jeeves and Wooster, you might like Riley, Ace of Spies, actually.
I have to look into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, my brain's mush. It's been a day.
Hopefully.
I still haven't eaten anything today.
What?
It's
I only
okay.
eat really one meal a day, and sometimes I just don't eat.
But Connell, that's going to make you
Fat? Already there.
it's going to make you eat bad snacks, and it's going to screw with your metabolism. So you need to like suck up more energy.
I used to fast.
Fasting is good,
I'm sorry
but
to
you
hear
should
that,
have
Jared.
like a little bit of fruit or some nuts or something
Right.
like that, just to keep you going, and a lot of water. That's the
Lot
way
of
to do
water.
it.
Oh, there's a good
So your blood sugar doesn't tank, and you end up eating like a packet of strawberry wafers at 3 a.m. like I did this morning. Like,
There is a very good chance that I'm just going to go into the kitchen, open up the fridge, and say, "Ooh, wait, there's nothing here." Get a huge glass of water and go to bed.
yeah. Well, when you're a chef, that must be quite difficult. Whereas, like, I open the fridge and there's like all kinds of weird vegetarian snacks in there. I'm like, what the hell?
This is not to you, L, but you know,
I don't want that stuff. Where's the
to
hammer?
that topic, you know,
My
they don't pay
ends?
me to run 5e. I have a game shop owner that pays me to play run 5e, and you should hear him talk.
You
He's
know,
not.
I've read like segments of 5e, and I don't think it's that bad. But I think like it attracts a certain kind of player that probably won't be doing this in like a year anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
5e, if the company that made 5e would just keep their fucking mouth shut, it'd be a decent system for your basic, I want to play every so often gamer.
no one needs to know my thoughts on anything, and I don't need to know anyone else's thoughts on everything. It's like I don't need moral guidance from a company. Like, it's okay. I'll try and work it out as best I can, like on my own.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Steve Jackson Games. I understand you were trying to like, you know, appeal to your broader market, but like, I just don't care what you think about like the issues of the day. Like, just make games.
I've got a little bit of hell for playing Flames of War. Because only racist Republicans play Flames of War. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, but like, you know, there are two ways of dealing with that. Like, one is to take the bait and play culture war with like immature people, and the other is just to go, you know what, like World War II wargaming is really interesting, and like there are really interesting differences between the factions in terms of like how they play. You know, the missions are fun, and you know, you can do air, land, or sea, and like I can paint up a whole bunch in a day with a couple of like inks and you know all of that stuff. It's like, you know, there's more to recommend it than not, surely. Just because like one person who's like, oh, I have like the alternate history kind of take on World War II, like likes it, doesn't mean you can't like it. You know, Hitler drank water, right? But like, I'm not going to give up drinking water because Hitler drank water. You know, like
I have a strong disliking for vegetarians because Hitler was vegetarian. I think the two are related. No, not really. Maybe.
Was he vegetarian or was he
I think he
keeping
was a
kosher?
I think Hitler was vegetarian.
Pardon?
I think in all joking aside, I think he was a vegetarian.
Yeah, I think he was reasonably committed to that sort of thing, but he just would have accelerated the soyification of Germany because he would have been growing soybeans if he'd won the war.
True. Oh, shout out really quick before I head off. I have HBO Max. HBO Max has shows on. I sit down and watch Soylent Green, the movie that you go on about.
Yep.
That one kind of turned me off eating for a while.
Yeah, especially when you understand that the big companies wouldn't hesitate to pull something like that on us today, thinking that they can get away with it.
Some scientists have publicly claimed that's what we should be doing, and I'm just like,
there's a place in California called the Cannibal Cafe, and
yeah,
I've heard about it.
It's not a joke.
I've decided that
Not
California
like a play
is
on
not real
words.
place.
It's we've literally descended into a very ugly place, and
it's very
it's terrifying.
Wasn't the guy who did the remake of fuck movie was that Lone Ranger? I can't think of something. Hammer came out to be a cannibal.
Oh, I think he had some kind of inclination towards it, but I think moreover, it's like I think people just try and be a bit like. I think they probably start out trying to be like iconoclastic or like something like that. But I think unfortunately the internet is like a bit of a force multiplier for like stupid ideas. You meet other people with the same stupid idea, and it just seems to go like haywire from there. It's like other people.
Derek, we will pray for them, buddy.
Other people think I should eat grandma as well.
That or I don't know. There's that new show on Apple TV that I kind of want to watch. The Godzilla movie, Godzilla show. It has Kurt Russell and his son playing the same character at two different times in history. And I like Kurt Russell. I have nothing bad to say about him.
Kurt Russell's a legend. Snake Plissken is a dude, man. Like those John Carpenter movies are The Business. The absolute, but that's a perfect movie to me. Maybe my expectations are low, but like
I
Thing. That's a
well,
great film.
you are Australian, so we'll give you a pass.
I
With
don't
that
need
all
it all to be like
said, James, it's always a pleasure hanging out with you, Haas. I miss you. I miss you not showing.
I want to see your ramen recipe video, and I want to see a video where you either fakely or really do a video of weathering a tank with a cigar. Okay, so get onto it.
I'll see what I can do.
Anytime, Derek.
All right.
Sorry, I was.
All right.
All right. So I will see you Sunday because we're reviewing your pick, which was Glory. I'm gonna find a way to watch it and smoke a cigar.
That's not a bad movie. Glory. I like that.
No.
I'm gonna try to get Jack to watch it with me, and maybe he'll be on the show, maybe not. I don't know.
I think
if you're gonna do American Civil War gaming, it's always good to do like a black regiment in the Union side, just because like the uniforms are so samey in that conflict. It's boring painting the same colors over and over again. It's like, I get to use a different paint now. Like
something buffalo something.
Everyone on the Union side is just wearing like some shade of blue.
All right. Like I said, y'all take it easy.
I'm gonna find
think
something to do with the rest of my evening, involving a glass of water and probably going to bed.
All right. Well, if you get
Bye.
bored, check out Logan's Run or Silent Running.
I've seen Silent Running and I've seen Logan Run here recently.
Logan's
Oh,
Run
okay.
rocks. Logan's Run absolutely rocks. In a weird way, if the World Economic Forum like future is like designed like that, I might be able to live in the pod. Like,
I think I know. I don't know if you're aware of this, James, but on my show, all of next year is going to be nothing but sci-fi movies.
And
Nothing.
James, I'm
I
pretty
would
sure
never-
your crystal would be red by now.
it's
So-
it's over for me. Like I get the sweet release of death. But if I did a Halloween costume, I'd love to build Box, the
Oh,
robot.
really?
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
I could go to a con in a Sandman costume.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Oh, yeah, I don't fucking care.
Fresh greens from the sea.
Lights. Tiny lights you want?
They
sure.
come and I
Come on.
freeze them.
You can find them.
See you Sunday.
Showdown.
Okay.
And then there were the. I'm just waiting for the black diamond to dry. Hey, man.
Hello.
Well, by hook or by crook, you got me painting. I at least got some primer on there.
That's the goal, man. You know, even if you only get to spend a half hour a day painting folks.
I found this box of like 15s. I sold and gave away a lot of 15s, right? But I found one box of alternative armies, and it's full to the brim with like fantasy and sci-fi. So I'm like, well, I might as well, have a crack at it.
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
You'll find something to use them for one of these days, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them I'm multi-basing like 2 to a round, and then some of them I'm doing like 3 on a square, so I can play different games with them.
No, I'm not, Derek.
You said you were.
XPI, but not ex-military.
Can you see that?
And L got a kick out of your camera angle.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. So those are some high elfy guys. They've got kind of like pikes and mail coats. So I'm gonna probably dry brush them silver and take it from there.
Yeah, I'm actually getting worried that I'm going to be done early, and I'm careful. There's wet paint in there.
They said the paint came out easily.
It supposedly does. Some of it does. Some of it doesn't. The speed paints comes out nice, and I got one of those silicone pop it things.
Oh yeah.
And
worried
it's
about-
working.
I'm worried about running out of lids. I only have like 5 million.
Mm.
you know?
Yeah, I've got probably close to 50 Pringles lids, and
Ring is like, you're always tidying up, but you're also always collecting.
I know Shadow is not a member of the clergy, but it's a family thing. All the shadows and little shadows are very religious.
Well, I'll let
And
you guys
pulled
wrap
an
up.
inverted Garabit. What the heck did you just swipe?
Who pulled an inverted what?
You did.
An inverted
Yeah.
what?
Ray, he's a YouTuber.
Gay Scott Garrity? What is what I didn't have to do with him?
The way you
Scott
bent upside
Scott
down.
Garrity is a national treasure, and like I say that unironically. Like I know some people find him annoying, but you know what? There's just something about his individuality, like his character that he is on the internet that I just find so endearing. Like I can't not like him. You know what I mean? Like he's just a nerd in a car with an opinion. Like just let him cook.
Yeah, you know, there's not enough time in the day to be hating on people for differences of opinion.
How is he not?
When it comes to the hobby,
how is he not adorable on some level?
Like when you kind of think zoom out a little bit, like he's so ridiculous that it's great. Like I love him. He's just a little bit of color and personality, and it's like, remember when you were a young nerd and you didn't quite fit in, and like people give you a shit time for it. It's like, try and be mindful of that. Like, I have to remind myself to do that from time to time. Like, he's just let him cook. You don't have to watch his videos. Like, there are people who really
Jace
like
got
it.
care of his grandma. Yeah, the only time I see or even think about him or hear about him is through somebody else. Various people we know have done reaction videos and things like that. And I'm they're in the garage. I'll have to find
The
them.
thing is, the same people that will hang crap on
that,
will, like,
that towel thing of drawers?
Yes.
They might be in there.
the same people that will hang crap on J. Scott Garrity will, like,
Exactly.
hate watch his videos and talk about them and give them heaps of air. Whereas
Yeah,
I don't even really watch them, but I actually just like him because he's a fly in everyone's ointment.
Thanks,
He's
TCG.
a fly in everyone's ointment, and on some level, I kind of respect his, like, completely, D&D is a system for living. Like, it's amazing. It's just internet lore. Like, how can you not love it? It's great.
Yeah, I'm too busy. The few people that I do watch when it comes to gaming are, there's really not that many people I watch anymore. I'm too busy, watching. I watch more crafting channels or survival channels, like prepper channels.
I'm watching documentaries like Napoleon arrived at the center. He was very mad. And that's what I wake up to. Like, I don't have time for that stuff. It's like I'm gonna be a lolcow before the internet is over. Like, I'm already, like, on my way, so I can't criticize other internet lolcows. It's just not right.
Yeah,
It's
you know what?
against the
I can't wait to
treaty.
see your first video, dude. Serious.
I got some ideas. I just need a computer because I want to make my own music for it. Like, I want to get back into doing that. Annoy everybody with, the
No,
sweet fusion.
I've heard your stuff.
Aphex Twin with ADHD.
No, I don't, Derek. I literally watch mostly news and politics, which I'm trying to stop, but prepper.
Well, one of the
survival.
people who I assumed would be the most political on earth, like, doesn't watch any politics, and they're like, I'm a lot happier for it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, just take an interest in your local area. It's the only thing you have any influence over.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to happen. James, what do you think? You and Justin do a weekly stream like Biggest Geekus?
I love Justin, but he needs to overcome his uncle fixation. He's too into uncle. Like, he always has to name drop uncle, name check uncle, and it gives people like RPG pundit like fuel.
A really good channel I discovered a while ago was Tabletop Alchemy. He's a guy who used to work at Hollywood doing movie props of model buildings and things like that. He's
Cool.
a really fun channel. Just keeps it strict to the task at hand, but he's kind of funny. He's got that sort of Hugh Laurie house kind of look to him. He doesn't own a razor, but his beard never grows beyond stubble.
He knows what to do.
He knows the stuff, and not just the role playing and the crafting, but his videos are high quality. Not like our half-assery over here.
What do you mean? Ours are the most well-edited, highly produced content on the face of this earth.
But the thing is, we are appealing to like a kind of mentality where people like things to be a bit more DIY and personal. Like, I don't necessarily want to watch some big corporate
channel where they just play 40k all the time. Like, I'd rather watch people with felt terrain, playing on their kitchen table, talking you through the rules and stuff like that. Like,
I was watching that video you sent me of Legion Imperialis. I got about halfway through and I got distracted, so I got to go back to that. But
it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It seems, the way Ash goes through the video, he always, simplifies it. But then I look at him holding that giant freaking encyclopedia for the rule book, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's in that then? If the game is this simple, what's in that book?
Well, based on what Swedish Fred, who's not Swedish, told me, modifiers. He said that his gaming group is going all in with it because they like the setting and the menus, but like so far the game is just chock-a-block full of modifiers, like, and special weapons and stuff like that. And if you kind of like, I remember you saying that you didn't like the Epic Armageddon that kind of generalized everything and made everything very standard. I mean, that's usually what I expect from most war games, but I kind of get what you mean. Like, when it's 40k, you do want a bit of faction flavor in there. I think this brings that back a little bit, but Lord knows the actual box itself is not balanced. Like, you're probably going to need to buy other stuff or print it.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was looking at one of the sites that there are a lot of, like box sets that are going to come out with it, but two tanks for $50. I'm like,
yeah, it strikes me as being something like Mantic are going to do something similar, but they're going to do it in 10 mil. That's gone to Kickstarter. Yeah. For their kind of sci-fi setting. So I think they're probably better to watch because they'll do it cheaper. Like,
because I was thinking about it, two tanks for $50. I can literally go back and buy the metal tanks from Epic Space Marines, not the Epic 40k, but the previous ones that were.
As far as like 6 mil goes, like even $50 Australian will go quite far. If you go look at like 6 mil metal sci-fi online, there's plenty out there that's like infinitely cheaper and it's metal.
Yeah, and there are some holes in my original Space Marines Imperial Guard army when it came to the super heavy tanks. I'm like, I can pick those up at like $20 a piece.
I'm trying to move more into the mentality of like not thinking of it as 40k, but as sci-fi stuff. You know what I mean? Like, because I want to just mix it in with everything, like even with historicals, like I try and push into that as much as I can, like with, borrowing from different armies and stuff like that. Because I just kind of think that using their kind of book imposed universe sucks.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna hold off on Imperialis just because I don't like the idea of what, if they're gonna charge, that kind of money for the small box sets, what's actually going to be in the box set is probably going to be pretty, overall price.
Haven't done anything new until you're a good halfway through your Shane pile. That's what I'm doing.
I've got, like I said at the beginning of the show, I got 500 minis coming from Archon Studios. I've got a bunch of stuff coming from the Star Schlock campaign. I've got.
Oh, that's cool.
I've also got the rule book for the remake of the Warzone Mutant Chronicles War game, and I've got all the minis that I never painted from Mutant Chronicles. I mean, just a crap ton of the original metal minis from that game, and I loved that game. I played that game like every day for months. During
really
summer.
I really love the Warzone universe, and I wish that game was a bit more available.
like now, the new ones, I can see that they're building it out into more of a proper
Right,
war
but
game. where you can have-
$50 for 5 minis, or $35 or whatever. It's crazy because they're resin or plastic, but they're giving you a bunch of different heads and arms, and I'm like, I don't need that. Just make the arms, kind of posable, like a cheap action figure, and they're really trying to overproduce it, and I'm just like, no, I'm not paying, $10 an individual miniature for resin or plastic.
As someone for whom like assembly and cleanup is the hardest, like I actually really enjoy painting, but I don't find the preparation very easy to do. Like monopose is always more appealing, but that's another reason to get a printer, because you can print them out monopose, but you can change the individual figures on the strip, right? You can put a knife on the backpack of one.
You got a fellow Aussie, I believe Wave is also in Australia. Magnetize all the arms. Yeah,
Thank you. It's called having just woken up and started painting.
Okay, he's a Kiwi. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not magnetizing the arm.
Always magnetize the arms, no exception. Anything else is heresy.
I mean, I did magnetize the arms on these Titans and I magnetized the hip joint so they can swivel, and I can take off the weapons.
That's pretty cool.
But anything smaller than this, I don't know that I'm gonna magnetize. But yeah, these were fun. That's the only thing that's keeping me thinking about Legion, is that it's going to use the Aeronauticus Imperialis rules and the Titanicus Legions. It's all going to be sort of compatible.
And to that end, because you already have that stuff, the imbalance of the box might be less of an issue, really. Like, I mean, I think they always do that anyway, a little bit, because conflict is totally balanced. Like, it's just that they should be more open about it, so you give the one side a kind of a terrain advantage, you know what I mean, or a defender's advantage, so it kind of evens out in that way. They don't make it as obvious, like,
because I do have some of the buildings from
I can see the Marines just crushing the Solar Auxilia, you know what I mean, like every time. Like in that game. Although
if not, there's actually something wrong, because man to man Imperial Guard type of units should just get crushed by.
They're like the pre-heresy Imperial Guard. I actually find them really appealing, but I'd want like 2 boxes to do like good guys and bad guys of each type. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I think that would be much more. You'd be drawing from a bigger pool then.
And if I still have all my Epic Space Marine stuff, like everything. The only problem is the plastic is so. The plastic infantry is actually more expensive than the metal vehicles and things like that.
And that's the other thing. It's like I remembered, cleaning up these 15 mils. I was like, oh man, they're really flashy. They got a lot of mess on them that it's probably going to come through in my paint job if I'm being honest. But like I remembered how cheap they were, and even with the increased price of the raw materials, like metal in the smaller scales is just so much freaking cheaper than even like common board game miniatures, and it's got so much character. It's really sturdy, Don't discount it. Go out and hunt for it, because you'd be surprised. 15 mil, 10 mil, maybe 6 mil might be too small for some of you. I'm not even going to bring up 2 mil because I know it
they are just blobs to most people, but you know, I have a soft spot for like crazy
Yeah,
scales.
I'm probably gonna look into 6mm 3D printed infantry
Yeah.
for Space Marines.
Yeah.
And Mac, we didn't have turkey, so we're still going strong. And yeah, Jackie, those are from Starship Troopers. Thanks to Grim. Yeah.
Even this guy?
I don't know.
Big man?
Yeah.
Because it
And this one.
does this feel
And the dog.
plastic?
It is.
But these are plastic?
No.
Then why is this one plastic?
Because it's a model kit and versus miniatures. Oh, what the hell did I just do?
Oh, what did you do?
Like there are so many companies out there that are still making stuff that's really good, like Brigade Models, Ground Zero Games, Alternative Armies, Splintered Light, Demon World, Coruscant, SX. Like there's so much stuff out there that you can get super cheap in 15 and under, like Pendragon, Callistra. Like there's so much out there that's a lot cheaper. If you just want to dip your toe into something, it's like consider that over these big expensive. I like a big starter set because I'm too stupid to complete a War Games project without some kind of like goal put in front of me. You know what I mean? Like I either end up painting everything or nothing, you know.
And I just got the play test for Dusk Wars here. I haven't even read it. I feel awful because I love Splintered Light. Their stuff is just top notch.
I mean, they're more of a heroic 15, like they're closer to kind of 18 or 20 mil in some cases, but they have a really beautiful amount of detail that like you're like, how is this a 15 mil figure? This has got so much personality. Something that, you know, as curious as I am about 3D printing, I don't think 3D printing quite has that handmade derpiness that kind of your brain fills in the gaps and it actually ends up being more realistic.
Like Max Carr's sculpts for the old Heritage miniatures. They had this personality that Grenadier and Ralpartha didn't.
Even though they're imperfect, right? Like they just kind of felt almost more human because they're derpy.
The same with Archive too. And Archive was actually giant for 25 mil. But you know, especially the Star Wars minis from Archive. Yikes! Those are some of my favorite minis in my collection.
See, the funny thing is, I've never been like massively into Star Wars as a property, but every Star Wars board game, war game, and role-playing game looks absolutely rad to me for some reason. I think it kind of makes it make more sense.
That's why I liked Galactic 25. It was a blatant ripoff of Star Wars back in 1979, 80, but it had its own little nuances and differences that made it, you know, somehow more fun than playing like a Star Wars game, which there weren't at the time.
I think if I was to play something like Legion, the war game, like I would really push the color schemes into like other territory. Like I'd invent my own schemes for the Imperials and the.
Oh, that's one of the things I loved about the Galactus the most. Was, you know, when you get a 4-pack of minis, and there was no color guide. I mean, there was kind of one in the box set, but you just did whatever you wanted. You know, paint them however you want and use them for whatever you want. It wasn't. It took decades until they came up with
I'm trying to think more generically in terms of how I paint stuff, because like even with Space Marines, once you've done about 10 in the same color, it gets really boring. But when you look at the old Rogue Trader books and stuff like that, they all had their own personal heraldry and like colors for different like conditions and ceremonies and stuff like that. And you go, oh, I can actually like flip this over completely, like if I want to.
Or paint things from, you know, to go along with your favorite TV show or movie. I had some miniatures, and you know, I for whatever reason they were painted like a khaki color, but for some reason my brain saw gold. So I've got this unit of of these, domed helmet astronaut dudes with rifles, and they're all in gold. And they painted their visor a bright
That looks
pink,
awesome.
neon pink. Yeah, they're just gaudy as
Nice.
hell, but
Nice.
I absolutely freaking love them. And I'll continue painting those gold and black till the cows come home, because I'm going to get some more.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing my Goblin Army for Kings of War with pink skin,
Mhm.
and doing the orcs orange because I want to save the green skin tone for the elves.
I can see that. In my D&D games, I think I told you, I actually give my elves blue, purple, or green skin tone, just so I can change them, and I don't have to stick with the Tolkien tropey elf stuff, and
Yeah,
I
I
can
don't-
call them something else.
I don't necessarily want my elves and dwarves to be just malformed Europeans.
Right.
Yeah.
My elves are actually closer to. Do you remember Star Blazers?
No.
Okay. There was an alien race that had blue skin. They were called the Gamelons, and my elves are more like that. Very warlike, but very long-lived, and all kinds of physical prowesses and things like that. Orange orcs. What kind of mushrooms are they, James?
I do love that. That's one bit of GW lore that really works well, is like orcs as fungoids. No, that's absolutely right. Wave of mutilation.
Wave of Mutilations knows exactly what I'm talking about. What do you got there, buddy? Oh, weapons?
Yeah.
Is someone at the door?
Alex, probably.
You go get that.
You know what I need for a battle report? I need coconut halves to do the sound of the horses.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If I do battle reports, I need coconut halves for the sound of the horses. You have to put that
Yes,
in there.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I like that, Mac. Anything to mix it up,
Nice.
making your own.
Yeah, my high elves are going to be like tanned, like golden brown skin, and my wood elves are going to be very pale green, and my other elves are going to be kind of like more turquoisey, light blue.
Yeah, Star Blazers was a great cartoon back in the day. I used to run home from middle school to get home just in time to watch that on UHF back in the 70s, I think it was. And it so happened that the TV station that was broadcasting it was like 2 blocks away from my house.
I think I should sell a T-shirt that says like "Free Garibay," like, and have like
Ask Justin.
him sitting in the car. Like I don't care. I love Garibay. Like I love crazy dudes on the internet. I love other schizos. Like
Well, we've got an interesting cast of characters out there. That's for sure.
yeah. Just accept that you're weird too because you're watching it. Just go with it.
James is making got G elves and the I don't know that word, batteries. You make any sense to you?
No.
What's that from?
I'm not sure, but
I'm guessing it's like
I wish there were more Pike and Shot era fantasy minis. Like Mordheim kind of gave us a little bit of a taste of that, but I really wish you could get more because everything's kind of structured around the Dark Ages.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right. Yeah, no, I haven't. I'm not a big superheroes guy, but I love the Phantom.
Phantom was one of my favorites growing up as a kid too. I just love that whole father to son sort of thing, passing on the rings.
Raven, there's a Monty Python zombie side coming out, so you could get Monty Python miniatures to paint.
Uh-oh.
I think it's like a Holy Grail themed one. Got the giant foot and everything.
Right, the golden people like Adam Warlock.
Mhm.
I think that's what his name was, right? I only remember because I actually read the comics. I haven't seen a Marvel movie in many years. I think the last Marvel movie I saw was one of the Spider-Man movies. I hated it. Or Venom. That was okay, but I just when they killed off Tony Stark, I was done.
If you take out the original girl that played Mary Jane, what's her name? The crazy redheaded girl. It's not worth watching. There's no point.
Yeah.
Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, if you take out Kirsten Dunst.
But I don't know how she got famous. She's just I just don't get that at all.
Heroin. I don't know.
Casting couch.
Possibly. But there for the grace of God go I.
But I am getting back into comic books this next year. I started, looking at things, trade paperbacks and stuff, because I like the idea of swiping the ideas of the action that isn't combat, the jumping and the running and the chases and the escapes and things
Why
like
hasn't
that.
Why hasn't anyone presented a war game or a role playing game in the format of a comic book? Like, think about how easy that is to digest. One of the first things I wanted to do when I learned about the American Civil War was find a comic book about Gettysburg, because I was like, that's going to be the quickest way of understanding what happened. And I got a really good one.
I bet you could look back in the old EC comics, entertaining comics from the 50s, before it became, I think it was educational comics, and then it went to entertaining. Before the comic book burning and what have you, there were a lot of historical and Bible stories and things like that. I bet, and if not that, classic illustrated comics or something like that, like Treasure Island and Frankenstein. There might be some things like that you could look for. Because I'm certain there's got to be.
Because I know paper models used to be a big thing, right? That you could cut out of pulp magazines and things like that, So
but I'll be grabbing a lot of things. I was looking at some older comic books, like Creepy and Eerie magazine. Kazar was one of my favorites. Things like that. Just all kinds of, really, really old stuff, but not having to pay the prices. Looking at the trade paperbacks, or reprints, things like that, as opposed to, spending $50 for a single issue.
Sure.
I saw that. I heard that. Charlie Chan and Mr. Wong. Oh, Black and Whites. Yeah. Friend of
Charlie
ours.
Chan is awesome. Charlie Chan, I only learned about Charlie Chan like a few months ago, and I've been watching him. He's great. And
one of Jackie's friends went as Charlie Chan for Halloween this year. Yeah.
There's this big brouhaha about how it was, playing on racial stereotypes or whatever. But the actors who played Charlie Chan came out and said, "Look, that was one of the most positive Asian American role models, that we had at the time. It was like really a good thing, It's like finally an Oriental gets to play the good guy, like."
No, but he went as Charlie Chaplin, not Charlie Chan.
Yeah.
Sorry, right.
Yeah, and I gave him my hat and armband, and everyone thought he was Hitler.
Well, it's funny how you never saw those. It's funny how you never saw those two in the same room. I'm just saying.
I think they're the same guy, honestly.
And Werewolf by Night is another one of my favorites. I actually have the Moon Knight crossover, I think it was, with the two. And Nerds ask, what kind of armband do you have?
It was purple and it has an eyeball on it.
Yeah, that's all right. Like The Residents.
Yeah.
You know?
It's for a film
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
I do
And-
got to get a couple others, though.
Yeah. Church of the Third Eye. That's your
And
cultist group.
a friend of ours sent me all of the shadow radio dramas from back in the day.
Nice.
And so I'll be enjoying those, trying to listen to those and read comic books at the same time.
I absolutely love a good radio play. And there's plenty out there on YouTube, by the way. Love a good radio play, particularly a good mystery. You know, something a bit pulpy, Tales from the Unknown. You know, that kind of thing. Anyway, with that, I'm going to love you and leave you.
You're going to what? Oh, he's got stuff to do. And believe it or not, we went on for over 4 hours. We're going to say goodnight to all you wonderful folks out there in TV land. Thanks for hanging out with us. Me and the boy are going to go do some crazy stuff.
Yeah. We're going to watch a movie. In a way, not really. There's an argument to be made that we're watching a movie. I would say that we are, but I don't think he would.
So with all that said, thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Hope you guys have a great weekend. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow, because I am going to do a book review, and then I'll see you guys all as a regularly scheduled Saturday night shadow chat. The boy got a new special effects device, and he's going to go off on it. Say goodnight, Gracie. So thanks again, folks. We love you guys, and we will see you guys tomorrow, I guess. Good night, and happy trails.